Good morning, good morning. Alright, let me go ahead and get the stream shared out. Just give me 1 second, everybody. But good morning. Let me get this posted into Discord really quick. Good morning, everybody. Alright, so there's something I want to get shared from the Discord first, which again is going to be the same rules that we had from last week. I'm gonna pull this up on the screen for a moment. For those who don't have it, if you want to go ahead and take a picture of the rules, then this will be the time to do it. So one moment, let me get those added. I do apologize, my computer blew up over the weekend, so I had to redo everything. So I don't have my Discord on my laptop yet. Now this screen's going to be white, so I do apologize. I should have warned everybody ahead of time. But I want you to go ahead and take a screenshot of this. If you don't already have it, write them down, take a screenshot, do whatever you need to do. But these are the primary rules of today, okay? And I'll go over these as we move forward, and I do apologize if my throat just cuts out randomly. I've had the flu for over a week now, so dealing with that as well. But anyway, we're just going to very quickly go over the rules, and then we're going to go over the market, and we will set up some good trades today. So the whole point of this system, again, is to basically have zero motion while we're trading. We take our trades only when the technicals provide them. We only exit when the technicals provide them. So we're not considering emotions, we're not worrying about whether the price is moving up or down, anything else like that. Okay, we focus entirely on these rules. So the rules say that I will only enter calls below the 5-minute Bollinger. I will show you an example of what that looks like. Second rule, I will only enter puts above the 5-minute upper Bollinger. Again, I will show you what that looks like. I will only take between, and this should say 1 to 4 contracts per entry. I wrote this for somebody else, but if you're on a smaller account, I only want you taking one contract. If you only have between basically like $500 to $1,000, I only want you taking one contract per entry. Okay, that's very, very strict, so make sure you get that adjusted. No, we're gonna be entering, if the technicals provide them, we'll enter literally the second the market opens. But anyway, for rule 3, I will only take between 1 to 4 contracts per entry. Each entry is only when our technicals are open. Okay? So that has to be very strict. You have to be very strict on limiting yourself to those 1 to 4 contracts per entry. I have a very large port compared to the vast majority, and I'm not saying that with ego, but I usually only take between 2 to 4 contracts per entry still. Okay. I have the ability to take, 200 something contracts at a time, and I'm not going to do that. Okay. I take 2 to 4 contracts at a time and keep my entries very, very strict. Fourth rule, I will exit roughly 60 to 80% of my positions at the 5-minute 20 mile, and I will allow the rest to run if there is room. We will go over this, okay, but if you only have one contract, that means you have to sell that contract at the 5-minute 20 mile. There's no room for that contract to run further, okay? So if you're on a smaller port, you don't have the ability to have these runner positions, that's entirely okay. So I'm going to go ahead and hide the rules now. We're going to go over the market, go to the 5-minute time frame, and even though we're in the pre-market still, we're going to talk about some entries. Okay. So this is a perfect example of a put entry at the top. You see how we expand above the upper Bollinger, and that gives us a very quality call entry. Now, what we're doing is essentially we're taking this, and I need to adjust the template. I'm sorry, my laptop is going to be fighting me the entire session. I apologize. But we're simply taking it to the 20 mil. And I want to change this to red. Taking this to the 20 mil. And you're taking your profit, okay? So we'll highlight this as profit taking. Profit taking. And the exact same thing for the lower Bollinger here. We take the lower Bollinger up to the 20 mil here. And we exit on green. Okay, so that's basically the system. Now, for our entry, we have about 7 minutes until the market opens. The market price is literally right at the 20 mil. Okay, so that means our entry is not available yet. We're going to be sitting here and waiting. Now, this might be a little boring, but we're literally only going to be watching the SPY today. We're not going to be swapping to the HIG, we're not going to be swapping to the VIX, we're not going to be swapping to the VVIX, not going to be looking at anything else other than just the pure structure that is available, okay? So that's the concept. If you want to take a picture of that, that is really, really useful. Yes, the settings for the Bollinger, and I have the length to 20. This follows our 20 mile. Okay, so if you set that length to 5, that'd be following the 5 mile. We want it to the 20 mile because 20 mile is the most neutral moving average you can have. The width set to 2. This tracks the volatility basically, excuse me, at a 98%, 99% move, something like that. Don't remember the exact percentage, but you want that width at 2. It's very, very crucial you keep that at 2. And the import or input source at close, okay? So one thing that I would like everybody to do during the stream is, for anybody new joining, if you could share that picture with the trading rules, that would help a lot of people, because again, we're going to be following those extremely, extremely, extremely strict. Now, I want to look at the structure on the SPY really quick. And to do this, we're going to look at the hourly. Okay, and I drew this last night. I know it looks kind of wonky. But we closed this cup from multiple sessions. Okay, this is when things were starting to get pretty bearish. We had the head and shoulders. And from that bottom of the head and shoulders, we had the breakout. Okay, they rejected that bearish structure, which means that our bullish structure here is very, very good. Okay, now one thing we're looking at here, which is this purple box, at the top of a cup, we always expect bearish structure. Okay, now does this mean the market is going to try to push up further before that? Potentially. Reason why? You see how there's this smaller micro cup completed here? All we have to do is complete a handle, and then we can continue heading up. And again, this is on the hourly time frame, so that does hold a lot of weight to it. It may not seem like it yet, but that does hold some weight, so we do have to be cautious of that. However, the whole goal of today will be really looking for this bearish structure. Okay. Now going back to the 5-minute time frame, and I'm gonna mute this for a second so I can blow my nose. Sorry, I have the flu right now. I'm gonna be doing this the entire stream. So correct. If we're at the middle Bollinger, then we will not be entering any positions. We're going to be super patient on our entries and exits here. And again, when I take any entry, we will go over it. We'll go over the exact exit, everything else. Okay, so we have 3 minutes until market open. Now, for the calls and puts we're going to be watch listing today, we see that the 20 MA is basically at the 751 range, which means that I want us to have the 751 and 752, or no, the 751 calls on a watch list. And then I also want the 750 puts on a watch list, okay? So if you have time to do that really quick, we have a whole 2 minutes. So this is a perfect time to set that up. Okay, and I have mine set up. So I have the 749 puts, 750 puts, the 750 calls, and 751 calls watch listed. Okay, so very important you have those watch listed because when our entry and exit comes up, we may not have a lot of time. For example, our potential exit or our potential entry on a call is already starting. It's 6, or excuse me, 9:28. For me, it's 6:28, so I do apologize. I'm on the West Coast, but we have about a minute. Okay, now if the market price stays below this lower Bollinger, then that will be a call entry. Okay. We do see this smaller head and shoulders here. So ideally, we will try to see if we get a push down to this 749.85. And from that, we would be taking the 751 call. Okay, but currently the market price is not there. I want to make a little arrow really quick. And this, as always, is going to be our patience stick, which sounds silly, but okay. So we're waiting for an entry down below. Currently the lower Bollinger's at 750.21, so we do have an entry, but again, we do want to try to wait for this 749. And I will be taking the 751 calls when we do hit that level. Currently at 740 or 750.33. Continue looking for that level to push downward. Again, I really want this 749.85. And let's get our level. Be very patient on that entry. Okay, go ahead and put your entry in. Now we might head down a little further, but it is okay. We have our first entry, so we are going to mark that. Again, I am expecting us to push down that 85 there. So from this, we're going to be setting a conditional order on these calls. Okay, so if you're on Webull, you go sell to close, you change the order type to market conditional order. And then what we're going to set this to is very, very slightly below where this 20 mile is. Okay. 20 mile is currently at the 750.80. So that means our price is going to be set to the 750. Let's set it to the 750.75. Okay, and those conditional orders should be set. You should have your first calls already placed. And from that, we're looking for our upside. Now, I have 4 contracts total. My entry is 106 per call. So I'm going to type that on chat. You still have time to enter. Okay, this is still within your entry range. Okay. Now, I currently have 4 calls, and with our rules, that means that this first conditional order, we're going to be setting it to sell 3 of these calls. Now, if you only have 1 call, again, then you're going to allow it to be sold at that 20 mile level. If you have 2 calls, then sell 1, try to let the other run, but ideally, we're going to be focusing a lot of our profit at that 20 mile. Now, I'm going to keep a horizontal ray somewhat following this 20 mile today, just so that we have a little more clear picture of what we're targeting. Okay, so we're going to be very, very patient for our level. We have our stop loss, or our, not stop loss, but the market conditional order set to greater than, let me just make sure I am telling you guys the settings correctly. So we have it greater than 750.75. Okay. Not worried about this push down at all right now. Now, if we push down again for the next 5 minutes, so basically if we stay in this lower Bollinger for the next 5 minutes, I will take another set of entries. Okay. If you only have a port where you're taking 1 call at a time, that would be your second call entry to take. Okay. We're not doing that just yet. We're going to be waiting a couple minutes here. Now I'm going to be looking at the 1 minute time frame in a couple seconds here. We're going to go ahead and take one more entry right here. So everybody just go ahead and take one last entry. And again, make sure you update your market conditional order to reflect how many contracts you have. I have 6 contracts, so I'm going to be selling 5 at that level. Now, I want to look at the 1 minute time frame here just to see what's going on. We see within the 1 minute time frame we are pushing against this lower Bollinger, which does tell us that we should be seeing some reprieve very, very soon. even though the 1 minute time frame doesn't hold a lot of weight. But same with our 5 minute time frame. We see that we do have multiple cups closed. Now they may aim for this 749.05. If they do, not too worried about that. We already have our calls set up. We have two different entries. And with this, we're still targeting that same level. So the 20 MA is currently at the 750.73. So we are going to keep our orders at that 750.75, okay, because the 20 MA will be pushing up as we push back up, okay. I typed the strike in chat, and my current average on those are 0.99, so average is at 0.99. Conditional market order for 750.75 or greater. Okay, so I have that typed in chat, so it should be fairly easy to follow. Now we're just looking for some bullish structure here at the bottom. So on the 1 minute time frame, seeing a little bit of a reprieve. We do want to see a reprieve all the way up to this 20 MA. So yeah, we're just going to be patient and wait for that. We have our calls taken, and we're just simply waiting for our level to hit now. We have our exit set, and we had two entries that I stated to take. Whether you took one or two, that's completely up to you. Both of these should still be perfectly fine. Now for me, I currently have 6 contracts. I have 5 being taken out at that 750.75 or above. Okay. And I will leave another contract to run if they want to continue closing this major cup to the 751.67. Okay. Which would be, you know, that upper Bollinger. Now, while this is going on, we're not watching our contracts. We're not worrying about whether they're green or red or blue or whatever color you want them to be. We're not worrying about any of that right now, okay? We're entirely just looking at our technicals. We're not thinking about, oh gosh, what if that level doesn't hit? This is what we're waiting for, okay? So I know many have been talking to me about the whole psychology side of this. Is focus on the levels and the trades will set themselves up. Okay. Now on the 5 minute time frame, we're still below this lower Bollinger very, very slightly, but starting to pull above it, starting to build some bullish structure on the 1 minute time frame. And I don't have the ADL indicator anymore, unfortunately, because the new Webull that my laptop allowed me to download does not come with the ADL. It comes with the OBV, which kind of works the same way. But our OBV is telling us that the weight is starting to be reclaimed back in the day. And with us now being above this lower Bollinger, we are no longer in the range to continue adding calls. Okay, so this is why I was saying be very patient. We already had our very solid call entries here. We just now need to let the price action do its job. Okay, now the 20 MA is currently at the 750.71. So I do want to move our order down very, very slightly. I want to move this down to the 750.73. We had it at the 750.75, but we're going to move it down 2 cents and not care about that. Okay. And again, we're just being super patient. We're letting our contracts do the work they need to do. We're not worried about the theta. We're not worried about anything else. We're just waiting for our level because we already had our very prime entry here. So a lot of these streams are going to be just waiting. Because either we're going to be waiting for our super good entries on the bottom or the top, or we're going to be waiting for our exits. We're not worrying about emotions, we're not stressed out, we're not worried if we're going to profit or not. We're simply just allowing our technicals to do what they need to do. Again, we're not watching our contracts, not stressing out about anything. We're simply just waiting for our exit here. Now I'm going to check the 1 minute time frame, just because I do believe this is a cup trying to build a handle, but a little too soon to say that just yet. A cup trying to build a handle is exactly what we're looking for. We're looking for bullish structure to pull us out of these, the dredges of the lower Bollinger. Now, in the case, and this absolutely can happen, so we're going to, talk about that right now. So say this pulls down again below the lower Bollinger. Let's say that happens. What do? We don't exit any of the calls. We simply add into that position. Okay, and it'd be the exact same call. And we'd basically just, it is called DCA, dollar cost averaging. So you just pull your average down, add another contract, and we would then continue to target that 20 mil. The 20 mil by that point would be down a little bit further. That's if we push down. I'm not saying we're going to do that, but this is just the what if. If we push down, then that 20 mil would be pulling down further, which means that our exit wouldn't be as good anymore, but our exit's still going to get our contracts from earlier at least to neutral. Okay, and that's the best case scenario that we want, is that if things go completely south here on us, we want these calls to basically come back as a neutral position. We don't want to have a loss on these, okay? Or we want to have the most minimal loss possible. So our level's about to hit here. Again, we have it set to the 750.73, so very slightly below this 20 mile range. There we go, our contracts took. And now we're waiting for our runners to do their work. So if you only had the one position, that's fine, you just wait for the next entry. But with our runners, we are now targeting this upper Bollinger. Okay. Upper Bollinger is currently at the 751.69. We see how there is a cup top here at this 751.67. So we're going to put a conditional order on this last contract. Again, market conditional order. And we're going to put this, let's see, I want to put it very, very slightly above this cup top. So let's put it at the 751.69. So if we go above 751.69, it will take that contract. Now for the other contracts, let's go ahead and look at what we sold those for. So 1 second. So we sold these at 128 per. Okay. Okay, so that was the first trade that I had today. I sold 5 of the 6 calls at 128 per, which that was a market order, and my average was 0.99. Now, that may not seem like the greatest amount of profit, but when you're building a smaller portfolio, these definitely add up, and it's all about the potentials here. We're trying to get as many large potentials as we can for good trades. And no, you're not entering any puts yet. Again, we're only entering puts at the upper Bollinger. So if we get our push to the upper Bollinger with these calls, then that will create a put entry. So I'm going to mark this as green because that was a very successful trade. Marking these as green. Now our next patience level is we're waiting for the upper Bollinger. Now this can chop for quite a while. Okay, we have this cup here, potentially building a handle. That handle could take, 10, 15, 20 minutes. But ideally, we are targeting the top of this cup here, which is, again, going to coincide very much so with this upper Bollinger. Okay, so that is our next target. And it's our target for multiple different reasons. It's going to be the target for the runner calls. Okay, so if you do have any of those extra calls, that's where that exit's going to be and where we're going to make a lot of profit. And that's going to be our put entry on the day. Okay, once we push above that upper Bollinger. So it creates both an exit and an entry. QQQ above the upper Bollinger. That's fine, we're not going to be focusing on QQQ or anything else today. We're just watching specifically the SPY. How did everybody do on their first set of calls? And I'm not just saying about the profit, I'm talking about just emotionally sitting through that and everything. You know, how did that feel compared to actually watching the contract and everything else? May not seem like much, but I'm already up 187, $188 on the day. Um, and our day's literally just started, you know. I mean, it's only been 20 minutes, 19 minutes technically. And we've already made, you know, a large sum of somebody's, daily paycheck. And I don't mean that in a degrading way, but if we use our technicals very, very strict, you're going to be able to nail profits very, very, very consistently here. Okay, so follow these rules, very strict. And again, I'm not ending the stream or anything right now. I'm just saying, this is what we're going to be doing the entire session. Calm voice helps. I know people call this the ASMR stream. Um, it is what it is. Kind of cracks me up. Um, but yeah, on the 1 minute time frame, we talked about this cup and handle. is now starting to build a handle. No, we're not going to be taking additional calls into this because again, our call entries are only going to be at the lower Bollinger. Um, but just going to be sitting through a lot of patience today. Yeah, you're very welcome, everybody. Oh, your computer froze. I apologize. It's okay though. Just wait for the next entry. There'll be an entry on puts today, very, very likely. Yeah, I would suggest getting out of Robinhood. Um, again, I can't really suggest what brokerage to go to. I do like Webull because they've been updating a lot of their sell orders, and this market conditional sell orders is absolutely top of the line. I love it, love it, love it. For the runners here, that's a great question because what do we do? Do we worry about selling our runner in this situation? No. Okay. Because we have two options here. Either we're going to push back into this lower Bollinger and again enter more calls, and that runner will then be part of, that whole new position, or we're going to have our bounce up to the upper Bollinger and we're going to be able to get our exit. So we are not stressing about our runner call in this situation whatsoever. We're not worrying about it getting chopped up. We're not worried about anything with it. We're just watching for our exit at the top or, entry on puts up here, but for that call exit at the top, okay? And if we do push down again, then we will deal with that. But we don't stress about the contract, okay? The runner is entirely intended to be profiting after the fact. So when I sold my original um, 5 contracts, it completely covers this current contract I have. So even if it goes to 0, which ideally we don't want that to happen, but if it does, then that would be that would be entirely okay. We're going to profit on the day still. Now, we might get a second call entry here, which could be very nice. Lower Bollinger is at the 749.70. We do have another call entry, so we're going to go ahead and enter more of these calls. And now with these calls, we're going to change the sell order on the runner contract. Okay, because now we have to set this to the 20 mile again. So I currently have 4 contracts. I'm going to set this very, very slightly below the 20 mile here. So 20 mile is at the 750.72. So let's set it to the 750.69. Okay. We set up that conditional order. And now we're not going to worry about this upper push right here anymore. We're just going to acknowledge that this was another call entry that we're taking. And from this call entry, again, we're looking for the middle Bollinger. Middle Bollinger, we have that level set to 750.69 on our market conditional orders. And from there, we will take profit on roughly 80% of our contracts. So for me, I have 4 contracts. I'm going to take profit on 3 of them at that level. And again, we will wait for that additional runner contract to run. Yes, I am using Heikin Ashi candles. I just highly, highly prefer them. And I am going to look at the 1 minute time frame because on the 1 minute time frame, Hey, excuse me, my voice is kind of cutting out. I do have the flu still. This cup and handle looks extremely primed. Okay, extremely primed, which means that I'm gonna have to drink something in a second. That's what it means. I need some water. That's what it means. Um, but our exit's very, very likely going to hit extremely soon here. So we actually got very lucky getting a second entry on that handle. That usually doesn't happen. Um, we got very lucky with that. Okay. Now we're almost at our level. We see that our 20 mAh is pulling upward. We're still going to keep our conditional order at the 750.69. We're not going to worry about that. Our calls are going to be taken here in just a couple seconds, very likely. And I'm going to drink some water slash coffee really quick so I don't sound like I'm some chain smoker. So one moment. Yes, the exit is the purple line. Sorry about that. Okay, so our exit, again, literally 10 cents away, should hit any second and it'll automatically take our calls. And then we will have our runner calls to run from this 20 mAh up to the upper Bollinger. So once our original calls get taken from us, we will set the new conditional order on the runner calls. Again, just be very, very patient for our exit here. No need to rush things. Our 20 mAh is above where we're exiting, so we should have some confidence that we should be able to hit that level. Especially when we're right next to it, we have bullish structure. The OBV, which is basically the same as the ADL, slightly different, is telling us we're going to be heading up. Our call should be taken literally any second now. 3 more cents. There we go. If we hear the ding, which we have not yet, they have not taken my... There we go. Alrighty. So now that that happened, we have our runners, and now we press sell to close, and we set up a new market conditional order. This conditional order, again, we're targeting that exact same range, which is above the 751.67. Okay, so we're going to set that to 751.69. So if the price gets above 751.69, we will allow them to take our runners. Now with these trades so far, I'm currently up $250 on the day, which again still may not seem like a lot for some people, but basically I just worked, an 8-hour job somewhere in the span of 30 minutes. So very consistent trade, and this is what we look for with each and every 0DT we take. Okay, so now we're going to mark this as green because this was a good entry. We're going to delete that arrow just to get rid of some of the clutter. I want to go ahead and delete the 20 mAh here. I want to delete that. These 3 entries were very, very solid today. Now we're waiting for our push into the upper Bollinger to take our runner contracts. Our runner contracts we have set to a market conditional order, so we're not stressed out about them, we're not worrying about them, nothing else like that. How's everybody doing so far with their contracts? How's everybody doing with their emotions so far? And was everybody able to find entries within these three ranges we talked about? I'm gonna say these rules only apply to, excuse me, the very, very large indices like SPY, QQQ, things like that. Um, do not try to use these rules on a smaller stock. Okay. These rules follow algorithmic trading. So basically what we're doing in very simple terms here is following what the machines are trying to accomplish with their buying and selling. And that's something where on the SPY you're going to have, literally thousands and thousands and thousands of machines trading this thing at any one moment. Hold on, I need to clear my throat. Yeah, mega cap stocks, large caps, things like that. We just don't want to start getting into the stuff where the algorithms aren't attached to. You want these stocks that are very, very, largely algorithmically traded. Okay. Um, we're not worried about oil. We're not worried about the news. We're not worried about anything here. We're just simply allowing our technicals to do the work. Okay, we're not looking at the VIX. We're not looking at the HIG. We're not looking at liquid, we're not looking at the VVIX, we're doing none of that. We're simply allowing our technicals and our rules to do the work here. Yeah, a lot of just waiting, but it's okay. We wait for our very primed entries and our very primed exits. We're not sitting here, and I know it sounds degrading, but this is what I call it. It's called vibe trading, where you just trading to trade. That's not what we do here. Um, we trade to make great money. Um, again, every single contract I buy, I intend to make money on, or at least cut even. Um, and that's the goal. So we're just waiting for our exit on these calls on the runners. And since we do have time, I'm just gonna shamelessly promote. But if you do have anybody or do know anybody who is trying to work on their trading skills, feel free to send them my stream. It's free to watch. I'm going to be teaching these classes the entire week. Um, Starting next week, we will go over a little bit different stuff, but we'll still be doing our day trades and everything else. But if you do know anybody, I am trying to grow the stream, grow the channel, grow the group, and get as many people to start consistently trading as we possibly can. So that is the goal, and I could absolutely use the help. So, okay, enough of that. Yeah, it's grown very, very large. I appreciate everybody's taking the time to stop by and watch the stream. Even if you weren't able to take some of these earlier calls yet, at least you see what we're doing here. Okay. Um, and there's still going to be another play to set up here later in the day. Um, Once we do close this larger cup here, there's going to be room for puts to the downside. So, and sorry, my throat's cutting out on me. But yeah, the whole goal of this type of trading is to make it, the least emotional as possible. Um, you almost have to trade this as if you're playing a video game, which I hate to say that because, we're not playing a video game, we're dealing with money. Money's very serious. Um, it's not a game, it's not something to gamble. But with that said, trade the technicals, trade the rules, and you will be able to find profits. Okay, if you follow those rules that I posted earlier in the stream, then you will find profits. Okay. And we're being very, very, very patient on this exit. Okay, we see that there's a lot of liquidity building for the bullish upside to push us up to this 751.67 range. Again, our exit is set to the 751.69, so very slightly above that range. The upper Bollinger is currently at 751.72, so this coincides extremely well with that. Now, when we start pushing into the upper Bollinger, again, we do have the 750 puts added to our watch list. We will be working on puts above here. Okay, so I'm going to mark that out. But this will be a put range once we get up there. And I'll call out when we take the puts and, the strike and blah, 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 blah. Again, just continue being super, super patient. One minute time frame, we have this smaller cup at the 751.44, so we can see that close, then start building a handle before heading fully upward. So have some form of expectation of that, but again, our level is, very much so wanting to push upward. And we're not going to be greedy with these calls either, because potentially we could be pushing well above the top of this cup, okay? But that's not our goal. Our goal is to lock in profits and not vibe trade. And our levels are telling us that that upper range right now is around the 751.75. So we're going to take the 751.69 when that exit decides to present itself. It's not that far away from us, so should be happening here fairly soon. And from that, we'll be fully out of our calls and we'll be looking for the next position. Okay? Sorry if I'm not talking a whole lot today. I'm not feeling the best right now. While we're waiting for our level to hit, I'm going to take a second to drink some coffee, but I'm still here, still around, so. Will these apply to the times 3 or times 2 leverage ETFs? They can. You just have to be really cautious. Um, because it's like, for example, if you're going to trade like TQQQ, you really want to be watching QQQ while navigating the TQQQ contract. Because unfortunately the technicals between the two can change a little bit. And by the technicals I mean our indicators, our entries, our exits. Um, so you have to watch out for that a little bit more. But yes, you can. There's that smaller cup top hitting. Again, we're expecting a very small handle, so on the 1 minute time frame, this can pull us down all the way back to this 20 mile before heading back upward. We're not stressed about our runner positions because again, exact same situation as we had before. Either we're going to get our level here or we're going to push back down to the lower Bollinger and we're going to have another call entry. Okay, so we're going to find a way to have victory on these runner positions one way or another. Okay. But we're being very patient. We're not going to be checking through different symbols or anything. We're fully watching SPY here. We're not worried about theta eating our contracts. We're not worried about anything else. We're simply just waiting for our levels. Thank you, I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. No, you have to use the standard moving averages for this. You cannot use the EMMAs. This is very, very, very strict to the standard moving averages, so. Trade with the least amount of anxiety I've ever had, thank you. Very welcome. That's the whole goal of what we do here. You know, again, we're trying to make this. Let me step back. Trading's about making money. You know, trading's about having success and being able to find financial freedom within your life. But I know the other side of that where it's constant losses, you know, having to put money back in your account, all that just very, very negative side to trading. And I want to eliminate that completely from the group. I want to eliminate that entirely. Um, I want us to focus very, very much so on just following technicals, not getting emotional, taking very safe trades, being very patient, and acting like real traders. Okay? Um, again, and I say this without ego, but if I were to go train a trading floor, this is literally what I'd be trading or training them on. Because this would teach them to have no emotions. This would teach them to take very, very consistent, safe trades. And when your portfolio grows, you can grow these entry amounts to match your risk level. For me, I'm only taking a few contracts at a time today. Um, could I be taking a lot more? Absolutely, but this is all about consistency, not stressing out, and just having solid wins. What you're doing here is trading, not gambling, not vibe trading, not anything else. You're trading the actual trades that are presented. Yeah, I'll update those. I'll update the rules with the Bollinger Band settings and the moving average settings and everything else. That way it can kind of just be one cheat sheet. Good morning, Jackson. Thanks for stopping by. So the next contract you're gonna wait for is when we target puts up at the top. Okay. Um, that'll be the next trade you wait for. And we should be able to get those puts cheap enough. Because very likely once we push this 751.67, it's very, very likely we're going to be pushing up into that 752 range to really push above this upper Bollinger. From there, we'll be able to target those 750 puts pretty cheap. So I'm not expecting to pay a whole ton on those. But we're just being super, super patient here. Again, no need to be looking at the contracts, no need to be worrying if your account's green or red or blue or yellow or purple, whatever. Um, just trade the technicals. Okay, go from level to level, and we will secure profits throughout the trades. Tomorrow, maybe we can go over QQQ or something. Do a different symbol, but for today, we will just focus purely on SPY. Nope, I'll trade until the last minute of the day. If I'm around and able to actually physically trade. I don't really worry about the time frames in terms of the dealer lunch breaks or end of the day or anything else like that. So we're very close to our exit now. Again, we have our exit on these calls at the 751.69. Okay, so if the price goes to that level or above, you're gonna hear a ding, and that ding means that my runner contracts have been taken. Okay, and we should get our push here. We're just going to be very patient for this level because again, the dealers want to be pushing above this upper Bollinger. Okay, if there's going to be a put entry on the day, they really want to push above that upper Bollinger to get that put entry because that's what the machines are targeting. So we're not stressing about this few cents here. We're not selling our calls early. We're just allowing them to do what they need to do. We have our level set. Should hear ding any second. There you go. That means my runners have sold. I'm currently up 343 on the day, which, for the amount of contracts I've taken, that's super, super good. Now we're waiting for our put entry. Okay, our put entry will be above the upper Bollinger here. So that means we're going to be looking at the puts on our watch list. Now, You can take the 749 put when we get to our upper Bollinger here. Um, if you can't afford the 750, but ideally I really want everybody to try to take those 750s. So what you should be doing here is kind of having your hand on the buy button, getting ready to buy once we push into the upper Bollinger. Now the upper Bollinger is at the 751.98, so we do have a lot of room to push here. Okay, so just be super, super patient. If we don't get our entry, we don't enter. So, simple as that. Oh, you guys don't hear the dings? That's such a shame. Yes, these rules do apply for shares as well, which eventually we will be doing a trade through probably SPAXU, where we scalp some of those shares on the day. So we're just waiting for our put entry here. Again, being very, very patient. We're not going to take it early. So the 751 puts would be better, but we're targeting the 20 mile. The 20 mile is currently at the 750.82, which means that we can very, very safely target that 750 range for an exit. But if you do want to buy the 751 puts, then absolutely. Those are going to be very good contracts. But we're simply just waiting right now. Now, I do think I'm going to join you on those 751 puts, but this still means that everybody should, if you can't afford those 751s, you should still be taking the 750s. Those are going to be ideally what we are targeting. We're not taking those puts yet. Okay, we're waiting for our level to hit first. So again, we're just being very, very patient. Correct. You never want to buy at the upper Bollinger to go long. To go short is when you're at that upper Bollinger range. Yeah, I used Fidelity in the past. Are you talking for the put entry? What do you mean for the 750? Or are you saying the 750 put rather than the 751? Yeah, I think once we do hit our upper Bollinger, you should probably be able to take the 750 put. Let me check the price. 750 put is at 0.63. Um, I think you said you had, what, 49 left? So you might have to stick to that 749 put if, you know, once we push up and you don't lose that additional like 60 cents on that put, then um, you would have to take the 749 just to, absorb some of that premium to the downside. Um, but when we enter, I am going to be taking the 751 puts, but again, we can use the 751 all the way to the 749. Okay, all three of those strikes are going to be ideal here. Don't worry about the open interest, that's going to change very quickly once we get our level. We'll be able to enter them very, very cheaply, and they should grow absolutely massive because think about the days so far. We're pushing all-time highs. We're, you know, basically just continuing to head upward. So a lot of put buyers, a lot of put sellers, um, aren't there right now. Okay, they're not interested. They're basically we're gonna get these contracts very cheap, and once this downside starts kicking in, the IV is just going to start absolutely pumping. And we've had positions where we've entered them and they've doubled before we even got to our level. Okay. Um, so that's what some of these large IV offsets can do. We're being super patient for our level again. I'm going to say that as many times as necessary. We're waiting for the push above the upper Bollinger. We're not waiting for it to tap. We're not waiting for it to get underneath. We're waiting for it to push above. Okay? We do not enter until we push above that level. Yeah, so for this, so to set this up, um you'd simply just buy to open. But we're not doing that yet. Okay, again, we're waiting for our level. If we don't get it, we don't enter. Limit price, don't worry about the limit price yet. Because we could get a push well above that. We don't want to target just slightly above the upper Bollinger. Because, for example, with these calls here, you see how heavily it pushed down? Even though we had multiple buys. If we bought originally right when we started pushing into the lower Bollinger, we would have made money, but not a whole lot of money. Even though that would have still technically been a clean entry, right? We want to let it push down just a little bit. Well, in this case, I mean push upward. So with the upper Bollinger being at that 750, basically 752, we're really looking for it to push a little bit above that 752 range before we enter our puts. Don't worry about setting the limit price. Just wait for me to say when the entry is, and we'll go from there. I think with a smaller portfolio, just take the one contract. Just don't overcommit, even if the trades are very solid. Because what happens if you do that, and we also have to buy additional puts if they continue pushing upward? Um, you're not going to have the ability to do that. So I only want you taking the one contract. Um, there's plenty of room to the downside from when we do take our contracts. Again, we're not taking them yet. We're waiting for our level, but there's plenty of room to that downside. So you're just going to absorb that. You're not going to worry about having runner contracts right now. Just focus on slowly getting that portfolio built. Okay. Yes, correct. They need to be the market buy. You have a larger portfolio, then that's fine. Then that's fine. Go ahead and take the two contracts. When we get to this upper Bollinger range, I'm going to be taking 4 of the 751 puts. Um, but again, the puts all the way to the 749 are going to be acceptable here. But we're waiting entirely for our level. Now we do have this cup top that has been hit, okay? Which means that we are starting to expect bearish structure at the top to pull downward. So can they start doing that before they give us our level? Absolutely. But we're still going to be very patient for our level because we're not here to get emotional or vibe trade or anything else. We're here to trade only the levels that are provided to us. So if we don't get our entry, we are not entering. Okay. Basically, the machines are built to shake positions out. Okay. Um, if we stick to our rules and don't get emotional during some of these times, because I guarantee you, I already know that majority of the chat wants to buy puts at that level. Okay. I'm sure some of you probably already did, and then you won't be truthful about it, but I'm sure some of you probably already did buy puts at that level. Um, first off, shame, but second off, be very patient for our entries because that's how you're gonna get these contracts that don't get chopped up to pieces. Um, the algorithms want to trade from the lower Bollinger to the upper Bollinger to the lower Bollinger to the upper Bollinger. That is how the algorithms trade. So specifically look for those levels. Okay, if you don't get that level, then don't take the contract. Yep, yep, I knew it. I knew it. It's okay because y'all are gonna get a better entry soon, so cracks me up. I'm being very, very patient for this put entry. I'm again, no, I don't have any of those puts yet. Shame on y'all. But besides that, um, wait for your levels, okay? Because again, the machines, they absolutely want to trade for those levels. They want to be able to get those entries and exits, and they're going to get there, okay, one way or another. These are going to be 0 DTE. This is purely just day trades, and this is the 5-minute time frame. 30 to 40 cons at a time. That's not bad, and that's the thing. With this system, the larger you grow your portfolio, the more contracts you can get. Okay. Um, there's nothing wrong with that. The reason why I stick to sets of 4 and I call them blocks, each block is going to be usually between 2 to 4 contracts, but I want to be able to have blocks where I can continue entering if we are pushing upward. For example, if we continue pushing all the way up to this, let's say we push all the way to the 754. are you going to be screwed if you buy 30 or 40 contracts at that upper Bollinger, the first entry? I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of money, right? Um, you want to be able to give yourself multiple entries because sometimes you have to take it. Now, we are starting to push up here. We're not at our level yet, but we have our hand on the buy button. We're getting ready with our contracts. So once we push to the 752.20, slightly above that level, we will be looking to enter those puts. Okay. And that'll be the first entry. So be very, very patient for that level. Just let them push into the upper Bollinger here. Well, that's good. That's good. Then you'll do just fine with this style. Again, we're being very, very, very patient for our entry. And again, if we don't push into that level, I'm not going to be entering the puts. Doesn't matter if we were only a few cents away. If we don't push above that upper Bollinger range, I don't want the puts. Okay, so I'm not going to be chasing these contracts to the downside or anything else. I do want to look at the 1 minute time frame really quick just to see what's going on. Oh yeah, we should push. Yeah, we should push still. That's looking good. This is a cup, building a small handle. Should get our level very, very, very clearly here. Nope, we're not gonna look at QQQ right now. Again, we're watching just the SPY with these trading classes over the next few days. The goal isn't about to profit as much as we can. It's about showing exactly what to do for these trades. So that's what I'm focusing on, even if I don't make as much money this week, I don't really care. Um, I'm doing this literally to show how to trade very consistently. So we're not going to be jumping through a bunch of different symbols and making things confusing. We're just going to follow exactly what we need to follow and wait for our entries. You buy to open. Buying to close means you're trying to sell a position or sell a naked position essentially. Which that's not what we're doing here. Again, we're being very patient for our level. Because if there's going to be a very prime entry today, we will get it. Okay. That's the thing, is that we will secure that very, very quality entry if it props or if it pops up. Okay, so get your hand on the buy button, get ready. Go ahead and buy, because we are above the upper Bollinger currently. just doesn't show it within the actual candle here. Oh, nope, I had my mouse on the wrong time frame. I'm sorry. That's why I was showing the upper Bollinger at a different level. Well, I guess I'll be adding a little bit more contracts when we push upward. Um, Shame on me. I had my mouse on the wrong spot. Um, but we're looking for the 752.31 plus. Okay, so really didn't want to enter that. My mouse was on the wrong spot and it was showing the upper Bollinger at like 751.80 for some reason, so I thought for some reason it pulled down. Um, my mistake on that, but we are waiting for the additional entry here, and we will be entering additional puts if you did enter some when I just entered. So, mistake on my part, I do apologize for that. Was not intentional, promise. Really, really try to be patient and wait for that upper Bollinger push. I would have done so if I didn't have my mouse on the wrong spot. No, that's not just an excuse. So currently I'm focusing on the 751 P0DT again. Once we hit our level, you can take all the way to the 749 if depending on your portfolio funds and everything, but I'm targeting the 751 puts. And now that technically I did enter, even though I really didn't want to enter at that range, I made a mistake on that. We need to set up the conditional order. Okay, that's the first thing we need to be doing when we buy a contract is setting up the conditional order. So with this, we press sell to close, order type, market conditional order. Now make sure it is set to, when you press the operator, it's set to less than, not greater than, because you'll automatically sell your puts if you do that. And we're targeting slightly above the 20 mile here. So let's go ahead and mark our 20 mile again. 20 miles at the 750.94. So that means we'll target the 750.97 for the exit on those puts. And again, with me having currently 4 of those puts, excuse me, I'll be selling 3 of them at that price. But I still have my hand on the buy button because I want to be adding to these puts. I am expecting us to push into this upper Bollinger and have a very, very quality put entry. I'm gonna mute just for a second so I can clear my throat. I do apologize, I've had the flu. Alright, sorry about that. Okay, so the conditional order again. And this is for Webull. I don't know what other brokerages offer the market conditional order. But for Webull, you press sell to close, and then you go down to conditional orders, market conditional order. Make sure you set the operator to less than, not greater than. Okay. So it needs to be less than slightly above where the upper Bollinger is. The upper Bollinger is currently at the 751.01, so we will have to move our level up in just a second. I currently have it set to, I believe, 751 or 750.97 or something like that. Um, we are going to have to adjust that in a couple minutes, but I'm trying to find our put entry prior to that. So focused on that. Um, but I do have the exit set if we decide to start dropping prior to that. However, the whole goal right now is to get this upper Bollinger push, secure some puts in there. I do want to mark this level that I did buy some puts in because this was a mistake, but um, I still have to mark it regardless. Okay. So we are waiting for our upper Bollinger push here to enter further puts. We should not really be expecting the downside until we get that upper Bollinger push either. Upper Bollinger is currently at the 752.43, so we can probably expect to push all the way to that 752.50, maybe even 753. Okay, so we're going to have quite a lot of runway on these puts when we do get our very primed entry. And I do want to look at the 1 minute time frame just for a moment. This structure looks a little bearish, but it can be misleading because we do have a well-formed cup there. This can form a handle to push to the upside, so we are looking for that. Even with this pushing below the 20 mile on the 1 minute time frame, I'm not very concerned about that just yet. Still fully expecting this upside push before we, fully get this downside. Yeah, that'll be for the second buy for the puts once we push into the upper Bollinger, assuming we do. Okay. Um, One thing to make note of is that our OBV, which is basically the same as the ADL, has been rising all day. It is pulling down very slightly right now. It's not pulling down enough to really be concerning. Um, Overall, this is showing that there's considerable money weight going into the SPY right now. Um, you know, throughout the morning session so far. So I still fully expect our put entry to open up here, and we're just going to be super, super patient. Yes, I know I have some puts going. I do apologize. I really shouldn't. Um, that was a mistake on my part. And again, we have those market conditional sell orders on the current puts, which we shouldn't have, set to below 750.97. The reason why I still have it set to that is because if we're going to push down from here, the 20 mile will be starting to pull down and we should secure that level. Um, Ideally though, I want us to push up so that we can get a very, very quality put entry. Um, again, this put entry was not ideal and it was a mistake. But no, I'm not selling it or anything. We're just going to, hold it and act like as if we bought it in that upper Bollinger. No, you shouldn't have a limit order to the upper Bollinger. No. The upper Bollinger, um, I'll have to check if the ADL came back on my side too. But the upper Bollinger will be moving upward and downward, depending on what's going on with the price. So we need to be very, very proactive in catching the entry. Um, we could set our exits a little better in terms of just setting the level and forgetting about it. But when it comes to entries, we need to really be watching it like a hawk, okay? Yeah, I know, Sean. Called out chat for buying all the puts early and then I ended up buying it. We see our OBV pulling upward again a little bit here. So this downside taper is telling us that potentially we could start heading back upward again. Now for me, I'm really looking for us to push upward into this upper Bollinger so we could secure some really, really, really well-timed puts. But we are starting to get some bearish structure on the 1 minute time frame. Okay. Um, Especially if this inverse cup closes here. But we're still at the top of a cup. So we can potentially be seeing additional bullish structure from that. But so far, seeing some bearish structure at the top of that cup, which is something we anticipate and expect. Okay. That's again why we do take puts at the top of a cup. This is a strategy I built, a long time ago. I've been physically sick for years, so I haven't been able to um, do a lot of my 0DT trading and stuff. Basically, I haven't been able to really enact my own system until the last few months. Um, but some others in the chat use this system, well, maybe not the exact same, but they use very close, and they've been doing very well. My price on the 751 puts, hold on, let me check really quick. So my current price is 0.82. Now again, if we push to the downside here, I am going to allow them to pretty much call those puts from me and we'll be waiting for the next entry. But ideally, I would like to pull up and get an actual really quality put entry on the day. I have a whole bunch of different strategies though, not just for day trading, but for equity trading, all sorts of different stuff. And eventually I will be sharing it all. Um, just I have to get my book written. I have to get a lot of stuff written out. We're still working on that AI, um, which will be doing a lot of this type of stuff automatically. Um, so there's been a lot of work that we've been having to do, and originally I wanted to come back in April, um, start streaming in April, start getting all this worked on in April, but fortunately in April I broke my hand while working on my car. Um, which meant that I had to wear a cast for a month, and then I had to go to the hospital for a week. So, um, April pretty much was shot for me. But May I got my cast off, um, and now I'm doing better. Now again, we have our price set to take those puts slightly below this lower Bollinger. Usually we'd put it above the upper Bollinger. You know, I'm gonna put it above the upper Bollinger just because I actually dislike these puts a lot. I didn't mean to even grab them. Um, it was a mistake on my part. So with that, we're going to put these at 751 09. So that's what we'll do. So it'll call most of the puts at that price, and then I have a runner to run just in case. Um, but again, this trade right here, I'm actually really not happy about because this was not intentional. Um, so I'm not very thrilled about that trade. Even if it did turn out successful, I know that I'm probably one of the only few people on the planet that can really say that, but um, I'm not happy about that one. So currently we're waiting for either this put exit or for us to start pulling back up and get another put entry. Okay. I've been taking a pretty relaxed day, excuse me, and I'm up $423 on the day so far. Um, we've been trading for an hour and a half, so not too bad. Um, obviously could have done a lot more with entering calls and puts and everything, but I'm not trying to really make this about the profit this week. I just want to really solidify the lessons for everybody. But the strategy is built for really all portfolio sizes. You know, I really suggest the minimum having about 500. Okay, if you have less than that to work with, then you know that's just what you have to work with. But um, this whole strategy is built on super consistency. It's back tested. I've literally done thousands of trades with this. Um, it does not miss very much. Okay. The situations that are misses are the ones where it's like we have to continue entering into those positions and then we finally get that pull upward where basically it turns into like a zero profit day. But even then, that's a huge win, you know, compared to losing, you know, hundreds or thousands of dollars. The whole goal is to lose as little as possible here while being able to, you know, have our ability to gain from those runners. Okay, we covered the original position 80%. Hold on. Should not be getting a call right now. 1 second, everybody. Let me mute. Okay, I go ahead and sell that put at this level. Okay, go ahead and let those puts be sold at this level. We're now at the 20 month, which means that that put entry or that put exit is very quality now. Even though I'm not happy about it, we're going to mark it as a green trade. So at this point, we're back at the 20 month. Okay, this means that now we have to wait for either the pushback upward or the pushback downward. Now I've already secured profit on my puts. I've already cut out most of the runners and everything because again, I'm not happy about that entry we got. I shouldn't have even had those puts to begin with. So I'm not happy about that, but it is what it is. But with that said, now we need to wait for the push into either the upper Bollinger or the lower Bollinger here. Now, based on the structure of the day, we do have some bullish structure still built here. However, we do have this head and shoulders on the 1 minute time frame. This can continue pulling us downward, but what's very, very likely going to happen is this is going to create a handle to the upside, which will give us our put exit. But yeah, currently so far, really the one trade I'm happy about today was this one. I'm not very happy about this put trade right here. Um, Even though it worked out, I'm not thrilled about it because we did not enter at the proper entry. Um, Again, this was entirely a mistake because I had my mouse on the wrong spot at the time and it made it look like that we were above the upper Bollinger when we weren't. So I just instinctively went and bought the puts. Um, so I'm not happy about that. I really can't state how much I'm not thrilled about this entry. This goes against what I'm trying to teach here. So, if you did profit off of those puts, that's great, but we really shouldn't have had them. Okay. If you miss the pullback, that's fine. That's fine because one, either we're going to head back upward and get another put entry, or two, you're going to pull back downward and have a really, really good put. So don't worry about that. Yeah, that's great that everybody made profit. You know, I'm very, very happy. Everybody's doing well so far. Is everybody doing well? Is anybody struggling right now? We could talk about that. Is anybody having any issues with their positions currently, with what we've taken, what we've exited, all that good stuff? You have the 750 put struggling. So currently you just have to hold on to it, okay? And the reason why you're holding on to it again is because either we're going to be pushing downward and you're going to get a ton of money out of that put, or we're going to push back upward and we're going to get very, very quality put entries, and then those are going to pay off very well. So don't stress about that put. It will work out one way or another. Now, currently, I'm not in any positions. Excuse me. I'm not in any positions. I'm simply waiting for the upside from this point. Now, I know some people might say, oh, well, if you're expecting the upside, why don't you take a call? Because again, we're at the 20 mile. We can absolutely pull back downward. And if that happened, then we'd have to add more calls at the bottom, and our average is not going to be good. Okay. Um, so again, we only add calls at the very bottom. We only add puts at the very top. This 20 mile range, we don't want to engage into too much. Yeah, so Sean, what happened was is that the price was basically at that 752, like 11, something like that. But I had my cursor like basically right there because it showed 751.80. So for me it showed, well, oh my gosh, we're like 20 cents above the upper Bollinger, even though we we prior saw the upper Bollinger at that 752, whatever it was. I had my cursor on the wrong spot, which made me just instinctively think, oh wow, we're above the upper Bollinger. That's time to go. Um, it was a mistake, but it was a happy accident. So, um, again, I'm not thrilled about it, but I am happy that we all made money off of it. So, now for that 750 put, you should be exiting it because again, I really am expecting the upside today. I'm gonna mute 1 second just because I have to drink some coffee and clear my throat really quick. Yeah, you're very welcome. And again, we're gonna be doing these classes the entire week. Um, I don't know what I have going on tomorrow, but I am gonna try to stream tomorrow. Uh, since we did not have a Monday stream, I will be trying to do the Wednesday stream. Um, can't guarantee it yet, but I will let you all know at least by tonight, so that way you guys can prepare for it or not. So now again, we're not in any positions. We're just simply waiting for either this upside or the downside. We want to be able to secure either very good calls at the bottom or very, very good calls at the top. Yeah, those puts were a total mistake. Just because I had my cursor on the wrong spot. I feel horrible about it, even though we ended up making money. Um, but this thing goes entirely against what I teach. Okay, so we're not happy about that. So if we continue pushing downward, and we push all the way to this lower Bollinger, that's going to close this cup basically to the 9, or the, excuse me, the 749.15. From there, that'll be a call entry because from the bottom of that inverse cup, we can once again target the 20 MA. So if we continue pushing downward, that's going to be the trade we're looking for. However, again, I'm still looking for this to build bullish structure and continue heading upward to give us that upper Bollinger. From the upper Bollinger, take the short downward. Okay. On the 1 minute time frame, we do have a little bit of bearish structure here. We can close this inverse cup to the downside. So if that does occur, then very likely we will build a handle from that to continue pushing downward. However, if we bounce here, then we do have the inverse head and shoulders, which would be very bullish. It would take us up to the upside very well. No, I don't want people entering calls at this range. Okay, this really isn't the call opportunity that you may think it is. So just be very, very, very patient. But how did everybody feel so far in terms of just the emotions, the whole psychology of trading today? Um, how's that been? Have the trades been pretty relaxed in terms of you not worrying about having to check your portfolio, you not having to worry about, oh my gosh, is this, contract in the green or not? Um, how has that felt so far? Because that's really, really important for the style, is to kind of erase that psychological barrier of, oh my gosh, I have to watch my contracts 24/7 or else they're gonna blow up. Um, Thank you, thank you. I know everybody calls this the ASMR stream. It makes me laugh, but I'm glad it can be relaxing to hear me be patient and everything, I guess. Um, 'cause that's really the goal. Eliminate, if I could talk, eliminating emotions is one of the hardest things you can do during trading. And sorry, I'm just looking for this to see if we push downward or not and close that inverse cup. But eliminating emotions is very, very difficult. Because I mean, obviously they're ingrained into us. They're things that we've learned since we were children. But as traders, we have to be able to eliminate some of those emotions and to be able to trade very mechanically and follow basically what the algorithms are doing. Now on the 5 minute time frame, potentially we're going to be having a call entry here, which this will be very ideal. Okay, so lower Bollinger is at the 750.16. So go ahead and get your hand on the buy button for those calls. I'm targeting the 750 calls. Hold on if I can actually find them in my watch list. There we go. Okay, so I'm targeting the 750 calls. Assuming we push this downside, we should be trying to see if we aim all the way to the 749.60, but I will be taking positions once we push in that lower Bollinger. Getting lower Bollingers at the 750.15, so we only need literally 15 cents away from that level. So hand on the buy button, get ready to engage in those, and we will be looking for the upside. This might look like an overall bearish structure, but again, we did close this very large cup. We were expecting some downside, and from this downside, we really are expecting a major bounce to the upside. So these calls can be very, very profitable once we get our entry. Okay, we have pushed towards the lower Bollinger. Trying to wait and see if we can get a few more cents. And I'm going to go ahead and enter. If I have to enter more, I will do so. And remember, the second we enter these, what do? We set a conditional sell order. Okay, so we go to our calls, sell to close, order type, move down to conditional orders, market conditional order, and what are we targeting? Well, we're targeting the 20 MA. Where's the 20 MA? At the 751.17. So we need to target a level slightly below that. So let's target the 751.13. And you always want this to be on an odd number. Okay, you never want to use even numbers because dealers usually do not like to grab those even numbers very much. So conditional order set. And now we be patient. Either we will push downward further and get another call entry, or these calls are going to bounce and do extremely, extremely well for us. That's fine. That works perfectly. If you missed the exit for the puts, you got out the lower Bollinger. I'll set that up eventually, GL, where basically you could see my contract and everything in real time. It's just on the laptop, I don't have the ability to do that. Just having Webull and OBS open alone almost melts my laptop most of the time. So until I get the PC set up and once I get the my desk and everything set up, which I'm actually wanting to build today, then I'll be able to have those showing and going. So currently I have the 750 calls. So hold on, let me type them out in chat. 0 DTE at 1.3 per. Okay. Now if we get another push to the lower Bollinger here, we will once again be adding more calls. I want to make this a little skinnier so it's easier to see. Delete that arrow and we can delete this arrow for now. Lower Bollinger is at the 750.06, so technically we are not in that range yet. So we don't have an entry just yet. Okay. But if we do push down, I will be grabbing a few more calls and setting those up within the conditional order. Yeah, it's a lot easier when I can actually show what I'm discussing about, and I am taking two more of these calls since we pushed that level. And these both filled at the 130 as well, so I still have a 130 average. Now I am gonna take a 5-minute AFK because I do need to make some more coffee. Um, but our entry is still good. I have my conditional order set up, and I will be watching my phone. So if we continue pushing down, I'll type in chat. Um, if we're going to take an additional call to the upside. But currently, we know our level, we have it set, we have our conditional order set on the contracts that we do have. And we have that set again at the the 751.13. So now we are looking for the upside, okay? But if we continue pushing downward, potentially we can push down all the way to that 749.52, and we will be trying to target more call contracts into that to create this inverse handle on this cup, which will require some upside. So our target's still the same. Our entry is still going to be, the same if we continue pushing downward. So I'm going to write a note on the screen really quick just to let everybody know that I am away for a couple minutes. What time is it? It is 8:23 for me, so 11:23. So let's say back at 11. I'll just say 11:30 at the latest. And we'll put the patience arrow on it so that everybody could see. All right, everybody. So I will be right back. I'm watching chat. Um, I do have the stream open on my phone, so while I'm making coffee, if I do have to chime in, I'll type in chat. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, everybody. We should be in our calls. Okay, we've had our entry right in this range. Now, my average on my calls, hold on, let me go ahead and take a look. So my average on the calls are 123 per. So let me go ahead and type this out. I went AFK for like 5 minutes and 20 people left. Dang, man. No worries. Okay, so let's look at our 1 minute time frame, see what we got for structure. Which is super ironic, it bounced right off that red line we marked earlier. So far this is creating bullish structure to the upside, which is exactly what we're wanting to see. Again, we have calls entered in here at the lower Bollinger. That is a very prime entry. Doesn't matter if the day looks sketchy or not. And we are continuing to target our 20 miles. So I have my conditional order currently set to the 751.03. Now, very likely I will be moving that up once we start pushing upward. Now on the OBV, which is sort of like the ADL, you see how we see a little bit of this inverse cup, but we also see right here where we were able to push downward even further and then pull up, whereas right here we're starting to bounce in this area. So that creates this range right here where if we don't fully close that cup to the downside, then we're looking at a bullish cup and handle. If we do close this range to the downside, then we're looking at this inverse cup, which we will be looking for the handle from. Okay, so one way or another, this is still where the calls need to be entered. But we will highlight that area. Okay, so we're getting our push down. We're going to go ahead and add a couple more calls to this. And again, we're still targeting the 750. This is why I try to keep our call by our entries within, you know, what I call blocks, because that way, if we have to continue entering, we know that we can continue adding blocks to those entries. So inverse cup has closed. We're now looking for bullish structure from the bottom to create a handle to the upside. Okay. Yeah, exactly what we're looking for. So it just depends on what I see for the structure. This one is based off of the top of this very, very major cup, which we are expecting bearish structure at the top. Now, this bearish structure at the top, and I'm going to hide the drawings here, isn't very strong yet, okay? And again, this is on the 30-minute time frame. If we go to the hourly time frame, it barely looks like anything. It just looks like a 5 mile or a 20 mile test. So multiple time frames here are telling us that we can be seeing a bounce. 30-minute time frame, we're within the lower Bollinger. This is very much so within the bounce range. 5-minute time frame, well below our lower Bollinger. So we had a very, very quality entry here. I want to mark that entry because I did take that. And our exit still remains the same. We're still looking for that 20-mile exit. And we're going to be super, super patient until we hit it. Yes, I do look at the night levels, the open, the after hours. All of those levels are very, very, very crucial to watch because they all build part of the structure. They're all algorithmically traded, whether, during the after hours it might be through foreign state or, foreign markets, things like that, but it's still all algorithmically traded. It still all is very, very important. Now, I'm going to look at the 1 minute time frame because we are looking for bullish structure here. Okay, with the bottom of this cup, we're looking for something to bounce us out. So potentially going to be looking for an inverse head and shoulders here. Just some form of liquidity to say, okay, the selling is done, we're heading upward now. Stream seems a little delayed. It's delayed by about 15 seconds for some reason. We're looking for our upside from here though. Starting to build some of this bullish structure. We're looking for tapering in the bottom of our OBV/ADL, which will tell us that we should be heading upward very, very shortly. We're not worried about yield spiking or anything else right now. We're focusing entirely on what the technicals provide for us. Okay. Gonna delete this square because we don't need it right now. And we're just waiting for bullish structure to form. This is 1 minute time frame. I'm just watching it to see if we get a bounce within this right shoulder. Potentially going to close this smaller inverse cup to the downside. Just have to be aware of that. But if we don't, if we bounce, then that will be a right shoulder for this inverse head and shoulders. So ideally, we will get our bounce soon. No, if this inverse structure closes, it's fine. Because again, with this larger inverse cup closing, which we haven't fully closed it yet, but if we close the smaller inverse cup, we will close that bottom at the 749.15. Once we close that, just like the top of a bullish cup, we expect structure to start pushing us the other way to create a handle. This would be the exact same situation. So we would be expecting bullish structure at the bottom here to pull us up into the 20 MA and above. So I'm not worried about this structure being bearish. This is still our call entry regardless. And that's something that you'll see over the next few streams is even though it can get a little scary with some of these positions, our entries are still going to take care of us. Okay. Even with this push down, these calls are still going to take care of us. Because if this is a very large inverse cup, which we did just now close the bottom, then we're looking for bullish structure to create the handle to the downside. Okay, well, you have to create the handle upward, grab that liquidity, and then push back downward. So should we be seeing our upside regardless? Yes, we should. No, I don't consider this a failed play at all yet. Again, our entries are still within our technicals. Really, I'm not worried about anything here. If we continue following our technicals, we will get paid. There's times where, and I'll show an example. This was last Thursday, and this was actually one of my largest wins I've ever had. But I started buying puts right in here. Okay. We pushed all the way from the basically 741 all the way almost to the 745. And I was still taking puts each of these entries. Each of those entries. And it ended up paying off massively. Massively, massively, massively. So follow the technicals. They will treat you well. Okay. That's not something to stress about too much because regardless, even if we didn't enter calls yet and we entered right at the bottom, our calls would be super green right now. Okay. So these are still call entries. So I'm really not worried about what's going on right now. This just happens to be part of the process sometimes. Should be aiming to build bullish structure at the bottom here. Slowly starting to, but nothing super convincing just yet. We do see on our 5-minute OBV/ADL, we do see how it's bouncing upward slightly. That's good. That's what we want to see. We want to see this upward bounce. Now, we do need to adjust our market conditional order. That's something I don't want to forget. So, give me 1 second. Hold on. So currently we have it set to the 751.03. We're going to set this to the 750.81. because again, we want to catch that level. Yeah, I think the conditions for the upside are very, very large. Even though it looks sketchy, um, I do believe the conditions are extremely large for a very quality upside. We are starting to taper away from the lower Bollinger slightly. Again, nothing convincing just yet. And if we continue pushing down to the lower Bollinger, I will continue taking calls. Um, that's the way this system works. Um, and you just have to trust the system. If you shake out at the bottom, then they're going to take your positions and run with it. That's why I really try to focus on follow our entries very closely, follow our entries, and they will pay you out. Remember, the market is literally built to shake you out of positions, okay? If they see there's a boatload of calls today, which absolutely there's going to be, we've had a massive gap up over the weekend, they're going to find a way to shake the calls out. Very much so, this is very likely what's occurring right now. But I do want to start seeing bullish structure at the bottom being built. I do want to see something telling us that we are going to head upward. Nope, no stop losses here. Again, this is call buying conditions. You know, it's kind of like the same when we were down here, you know? Yes, we did have a couple bounces to the upside prior to fully having our level hit. We were able to take two really good call entries during that time. However, before we had the green, you know, look at how much that was pushing down. Technically, it pushed down from the 750 all the way to the 749.16. Okay, on those call entries. Same situation here. We're just having to buy into those lower Bollingers, unfortunately, but from the lower Bollinger, that's how you get the upside. We can go back to any time frame, and you will see that from the lower Bollinger, that's how you get it to the upside, lower Bollinger 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 to the upside, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So we just have to trust our technicals here. Because, again, from the lower Bollinger, that is how we get to the upside. So don't shake, don't get freaked out during this time. Because one thing that you have to remember too is that with how the algorithms work, they're going to be pricing in bad news. So if we're having bad news right now, which I'm literally not checking for, um, but if we're having bad news right now, the market will try to react to that and still create entries and exits based on that news. So we're pushing down a little bit further. That is again another call entry. So we will be entering on that. Still targeting the 750 calls here. I'll tell you my average in just a second. So my average on those are 111, so they're down considerably, okay? But I'm really not worried about that right now. Again, from the lower Bollinger, we target our 20 MA. We will get that level eventually throughout today. We just have to be patient for it and not get shaken out or get emotional about this. Okay, this is actually a really good lesson. And no, we're not stop lossing these calls at the bottom. Okay, and I want to go to the 1 minute time frame. Ideally, we do want to start seeing bullish structure. We're not really seeing anything too much yet. I do like those 3 candles there. But we do want to see something that's indicative of upside. So a cup and handle, inverse head and shoulders, something telling us that, okay, we're done with the selling. We're going to actually truly see our upside. And let me just check our market conditional orders again. We have it set to 750.81. I want this changed to 750.51. And we will pull that up if we start seeing bullish structure, okay? You have to be able to DCA. Excuse me. Let me clear my throat really quick and I'll explain that. This is why I say with smaller portfolios, only take a single contract at a time, because you really don't know if you're going to have to continue adding to this, okay? But you still have to follow the technicals, okay? Because the technicals are how this pays out. Um, Again, I have only lost only from what I can remember. The last time I sold contracts for a loss, I only had like an $8 loss. Okay, and that was about a week and a half ago. Um, this style does not lose very often at all. Even if it's very sketchy in the moment, even if you have to continue buying downward, you follow that. You continue adding to your buys. You continue following the technicals of what's provided here, and you will receive, you know, either a neutral position, which that's a super good win, okay, especially if you're down significantly, Um, or we're going to see our true upside and get green on these positions. Okay. But never get shaken out. Sorry, my voice is all crackling. Still have the flu right now, so it's been messing with me. It's almost out, but I still have like that nasty mucus. So I want to check the 1 minute time frame. Starting to see a little bit of bullish structure. If we can see continuation of this, that would be great. So looking for like a cup and handle. Again, inverse head and shoulders. Something telling us that, okay, we're truly going to be heading up. And again, some of these buying situations where you have to buy can sometimes turn from a it could be a real big blessing in disguise. Okay. Because what's our upside from here? If we bought some of these calls at the bottom here, like I mentioned, then we have basically a whole $2 upside above us right now, on these calls, which is absolutely absurd. Um, are we going to be able to profit off of those if we hit our upside? Yeah, absolutely. These calls should absolutely run in the green, especially when the IV starts kicking up too. So, am I stressing out about this? No. Okay, we just have to continue following our entries, not getting shaken out, not getting scared. And this is why I'm saying emotions can really mess with you as a trader. Okay, because again, I bought these positions to make money. I don't buy positions just willy-nilly. Um, these are back tested. These are, you know, there's a true history to entering upon these 5 minute lower Bollingers that create massive success. So don't shake out, even if the market gets scary at times, follow the technicals. I need a drink. 1 second. Okay, and we're starting to see a little bit of a bounce here, so that's good. My contracts are still down. They're worth about 0.83, 0.84 per. And again, my average on them is 1.11. So technically, I'm still in the red on my contracts. I'm entirely okay with it because we're starting to see this bullish structure that we expected at the bottom. We're starting to see very likely this is going to close a cup at this 749.42, pull down a little bit, form a handle, and continue heading upward. So that's exactly the type of momentum that we're looking for here. We're starting to see our bullish structure. We have very good entries. These ones may not seem like good entries, but I do stand by each and every entry I take. Um, these are very strong entries, and time will show you why. Okay, there will be a lot of hindsight in today, but we will get our upside. See, we close that cup right at the 749.42. Now we're going to build a handle downward to continue heading upward. So this is exactly that bullish structure that we're looking for. So I'm expecting quite a bit of upside here. Now on our conditional orders, I want to check those because those are set to what? 751.51. I like that there. We'll keep that there for now. We're starting to see the 20 MA pulling back upward again, so it's very likely by the time we push up to that level, the 5 or the 20 MA will be well above that 750.51 range. Starting to form that handle on this cup here. From wherever the bottom of this handle is, we should be anticipating a bounce to the upside. And no, you don't have to enter any more calls or anything. We're already entered into our positions. We're just waiting at this point. Just being very, very patient here. And if you hold your patience, you should be able to exit these calls on green. So we're looking for our bounce, starting to get this handle forming. It's also starting to form the liquidity for a larger inverse head and shoulders. So we're seeing a lot of good bear or bullish structure here. Okay. I think the potential is very large for us to get our move to the upside that we're expecting to get. One-minute time frame. We're at the 20 mile on that level, so I am expecting a bounce to the upside from this range. Again, I'm not shaking out of my positions. I'm not worried about selling them. Just continuing to look for the structure here. Now through all the other technicals that I'm looking at, which I'm not really showing on screen too much, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of reason to continue selling downward for today. So I'm still very okay with these calls. Essentially at this point, we're just looking for bullish structure at the bottom. But nothing's telling me that we should be having some major sell-off here. Even though I tell people not to look at the HIG and VIX and everything, the HIG is still buying upward on the day. Excuse me. Which is very bullish. The VVIX is below the 90 point, which basically means that dealers are not hedging positions. Which is telling me that a lot of this is to shake out call holders. Okay. So we're looking for a bounce within this handle because again we do have this small cup formed here. From this cup we are looking for the handle to the upside. And that would give us our 20 ma move that we are expecting. Now we are going to have to set our levels down a little bit on the 20 ma because again we do want to secure at least 80% of the positions at that 20 ma range. Doesn't matter if it pulls down or not, we just have to adjust for that. So it's currently at the 715 or 750.18. I want to set this to 750.21. Because again, once we do start pulling upward, we will see that 20 ma start pulling upward as well. Now, what would be potentially bad news is if this turns into another inverse cup to the downside. But even then, from the inverse cup to the downside, we would be expecting another handle. And with this handle, that would create the potential for the breakout. So that would be the worst case situation. I'm not looking for that to happen, but potentially being prepared for it. So I'm not shaking out of positions yet. Not freaking out, not anything else. Again, a lot of our signals showing us that we're going to be heading to the upside are very strong still. And I'm going to continue trusting in them. If we can get a bounce here, then this would complete that cup and handle, which would then give us our 20 ma move. So looking for that bounce. Hopefully here we can start to see it. Would be nice. Unfortunately, we'd have to DCA because that'd be the lower Bollinger again. And I know it seems very difficult to do at times, but I can show you multiple trades where this exact situation has happened and it ended up being insanely profitable. Insanely profitable. One of my most profitable trades, which I made an absurd amount of money on last Thursday. I don't talk about how much, but let's say it's a lot. This exact type of move was going on, only except it was to the upside. We are having calls continue pushing to the upside, 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 and I had to buy almost $5 of upside for puts before we had our put exit. And that put exit ended up being massively, massively profitable. Okay, so trust the technicals. Yes, it's a little sketchy, but trust them. They will pay out in your favor because this is how the algorithms trade. Okay, remember, algorithms are all trading this stuff. They won't sit here and push the lower Bollinger the entire session. I've never even seen that happen before. So we're looking for this handle on this cup to break to the upside. Really give us this 749, 40-ish range. Correct, we're still just holding this call. Okay. The technicals are all still very, very supportive of pushing to the upside. And in fact, some might call IV is actually starting to build too, which is likely meaning that dealers are starting to enter into some of these calls or pick them up anyway. So I am looking for the upside push here. And based off of a few other metrics, which we're not really talking about in this lesson, but our high yield corporate credit is buying upward. That's telling us almost verbatim that we're going to be heading to the upside because you don't buy the top echelon of corporate credit without expecting equities to continue running. We have our VVIX continuing to push downward on the day, which is a very, very, very clear signal that dealers are just not hedging the downside. So this downside selling really is very likely just shaking positions. Okay. I'll just continue adding the same blocks that I've been adding, um, which is 4 contracts at a time. This is why I say don't go super hardcore on adding a ton of positions. Keep your block size the same. So if you have a smaller port, you should really keep the block size to about 1 contract per. Okay. If you have a larger port, go ahead and take it to the 2, to the 4, but really try to keep it within those ranges so that you're not, you know, burning a lot of money if you end up getting shaken out or if things really do go wrong. Because the market's, the market's unpredictable. If we end up getting some terrible news right now, we absolutely could head downward. Um, and we have to be, prepared for that. But this is looking good. This is looking like it wants to complete this cup's handle. And create the cup and handle, which would push us up to the upper Bollinger. Okay, so this is kind of exactly what we were looking at the bottom of this very large inverse cup, is that we're looking for bullish structure. We're starting to see it on the OBV slash ADL. We're starting to see how this selling has entirely tapered out and is now turned to buying. Even if it's very slow buying, it is starting to buy upward. Okay. So is our 20 mAh still a very, very prime exit for us? Absolutely. Okay. Should we hit that level? Absolutely. So that's why we always exercise extreme patience, okay, with our positions. And just let the algorithms do the work they need to do. We got our entry. They were good entries, even if they might have seemed like they were entered early. They really weren't. These 5-minute lower Bollinger entries are still very, very prime, even if the lower Bollinger is extended downward further. So trust the technicals, allow it to do its job. Okay. We're starting to see that now. We're starting to see this cup close. We're starting to see the algorithms do the work they need to do, which is building that bullish structure and building us a inverse handle on this larger inverse cup. Okay. Now my positions are still down, about 30%. Okay. Um, hold on, I have a phone call I have to take. 1 minute, everybody. Sorry about that. I had a phone call. I had an appointment in like 30 minutes that I forgot to cancel, so yeah, had to get that rescheduled. Anyway, okay everybody. So we're seeing our cup and handle breaking out. This is exactly what we're looking for. We are starting to see this push to the upside. Exactly what we're looking for. Okay. So we're still looking for our 20 mile exit here. Now, with the 20 mile being at the 749.93, I think we have our conditional orders set to what, 750.21. I want to set our conditional orders to, let's set our conditional orders to the 749.91. Now I know that's above the 20 mile, but I do want to try to extract every bit of money we can out of the initial call sale. And especially when we're seeing bullish structure built here, um, we should really be anticipating that upward push. In fact, I'm going to set it to 750.17. Just because we are seeing the upside price action that we're expecting. And my calls are almost back in the money. Okay, almost back at neutral. So kind of talking about earlier and how we talked about hindsight, the calls were absolutely down pretty bad, especially those ones we entered right in here. When we were down here, they were down pretty bad. But following our technicals, we do get our exit. Okay. This is why in hindsight, you'll see how these trades can be somewhat scary at times, but if we follow the technicals very strict, we will get our proper exits. Yes, they should be in the profit at that level. Mine are almost back at their current weight. Okay, so another 30-40 cents upward should definitely secure that. And again, we're not selling all the calls, we're only selling 80%. So if you only have one call, unfortunately, you're just going to have to sell it at that level and basically take the neutral. Um, Not much we could do about that, okay? But at least you're going to be exiting pretty much on neutral rather than on a loss. That is the entire goal, is that we are reducing our losses, okay? Um, we're playing for these potentials because that's what the market is telling us. Go ahead and enter, go ahead and enter, go ahead and enter. And we trade for the potential for our upside. Now, unfortunately, they dragged this lower Bollinger down on us. There's not a lot we can do about that, but we still had to take our entries, and we still have to acknowledge and really focus on that exit. Okay. Um, so you should be taking a fairly minimal loss at the absolute worst on these positions. And I'm talking like a minuscule type loss. You might be losing maybe like $5 a contract by the time we hit our level. Okay. Um, my average on the call is 111. Okay, they are currently at 83. So once we get that, 40-cent upside, 50-cent upside, um, those are absolutely going to pull back to that 111, if not be within the green. And then we will have our runner contracts to be able to fully capture the upside if there's further upside to be taken. Okay. So that's the whole point of this trading style, is that we want to reduce losses while still having the potentials of making great money. Okay. This is something most people cannot do with their day trades. And I know it's very sketchy at the moment when your position's down like 50%. But if you follow the technicals, if you really follow the levels, and if you don't shake out, it will pay you off. I'm marking these as green currently. My calls are currently at 89, so still about $20 to gain per call. Okay, but very, very likely with all this bullish structure, there's a very nice cup at that 749.86. Very likely hit that cup top, pull down a little bit, form a handle, and continue pushing. Looks very, very nice. Now, technically, with us being at this 20 ma, we can bounce to the downside. So, if you're concerned about not seeing further upside, which you have every right to be, okay, then you can go ahead and exit some of those calls. I'm not doing that yet. I have my call exit set to, what was it, the 750.17, because I see us pushing that upside. My calls are currently now at 0.90, 0.92. So I only need to gain, again, roughly a little under $20 per contract to be within the complete neutral. Um, so once we hit that 750.17, that should absolutely pull these calls back to neutral, which that's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm not really looking for a whole lot more out of them. Now, I do have runners. So again, currently I have 14 positions. Um, the runners I will allow to run to the upper Bollinger if there's going to be that room. But I do want to exit the majority out of that 750.17 range. Okay. Now we talked about the top of this cup hitting. It did hit. We should be expecting a very, very slight small handle to the downside before continuing upward. If we do see that handle build, we're going to raise our conditional orders. Just letting everybody know. Because that's telling us that we're expecting some major bullish structure to the upside. See, so even being down on those calls, absolutely fine. We're playing for the potential, and I still think the potential on the day is very large. Okay. Um, but we don't want to get destroyed either. We want to be able to at least cut even on our calls. And by cutting even, that may not be having a zero, zeroing out the position, but losing as little as you can is the ideal. Because what most people and let's just kind of circle back to some of the emotions that were going through chat at the time. When we were pushing down in here, how many of you wanted to exit positions? And I would really love for you to just type it out and just be honest. How many of you are really wanting to exit positions down here rather than continue buying the upside? I'd really like to see that in chat because I think it's really important to go over the psychological aspect of trading. Yeah, I feel probably a majority of the chat felt like, oh my God, I need to exit my calls at this point or I'm gonna get absolutely destroyed. Um, there is a real purpose to our madness here, okay? Um, and the whole goal again is to secure profits, is to at least cut back to even, okay? Because we don't want to be losing money. You know, we don't buy these positions to lose money. This is kind of the sentiment I was describing earlier today, where we trade to create success in our lives. We don't trade to, oh my God, I need to sell my positions. I need to sell. I'm gonna burn my account. Okay, that's not what we trade for. We trade for, this is a good call entry. This is a good call entry. This is a good call entry. Oh boy, let's get our upside now. Okay. Yep, yep, and all the sentiment in chat is super, super, super valid. Okay. Between having, the smaller portfolios and only having the few positions that were down like probably 70, 80%. I mean, I don't have a clue what they were down, but if you couldn't keep adding, then absolutely your positions would be down quite a bit. Is that very scary? Absolutely. That's very scary. And I know exactly how that is. Um, my positions were down at one point today around $800. Um, that's a big loss to take. However, I refuse. I refuse to take losses. So we wait for our technicals to work out. We wait for the algorithms to do the work they need to do, and we go from there. Again, it might sound like ego, but I do not buy positions to lose money. I really don't. I buy every single position with precision, and that precision is to profit. Okay. And it's okay if you took the loss. I just want you to see the hindsight of this now. Is that as scary as that was, now it's not. Okay, now it's not so scary anymore. Now we're starting to see the structure we're expecting. We're seeing a lot of that upside we're anticipating. Um, Top of this cup, like we talked about, should see a small handle before pushing up very, very greatly today. So, am I expecting all these calls to be well within the green today? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just hindsight can be really, it can be really scary before you see the algorithm start working the way you need it to. No, I'm not worried about that right now. Overall, the dealers today are shaking people. Um, we know that from the HIG, and this is something, oh, thank you. This is something that, um, hold on, let me put this down. So this is something I haven't been showing in the class, but high yield corporate bond, the HYG, super, super, super crucial to watch. If we're seeing buying in this means that dealers expect equity upside. Okay, and I'll say that again. Dealers expect equity upside. That is verbatim what you're seeing out of this when you're seeing the HIG buying. When we're seeing the VVIX dropping, which we're now in this very, very awesome green zone. This means that pretty much dealers are not hedging positions one bit. Okay. So we're seeing a lot of reasons that dealers are not even touching the selling side of the market. Okay. what that tells me is that they are shaking people. They're shaking the calls. And why would they shake those calls out? Because we just had a massive gap up. You know, we had a massive gap up from Friday's session. Um, they need to get some calls out of these people's hands. And the algorithms are going to work to do that. So as long as we continue to see our bullish structure, that's telling us that very, very likely we're going to see the high of the day. What was the sign that it was time to enter? So we always enter when the lower Bollinger is crossed. And one way I'm going to talk about the Bollingers here is going to sound silly, but we're going to go through it regardless, is that with the Bollingers, you have to act like it's a road. And that's why I have my Bollingers set to, very thick white lines on the outside, because just like a road, what happens if you drive off the road? Very likely you're going to pull back on the road. The market is the exact same way for the lower Bollinger and upper Bollinger. They want to stay within the road. Okay, if they pull off the road, they want to pull back on. If they pull above the road, they want to pull back on. Um, so that's how we know to enter. Okay, because the market generally doesn't like to go off-roading very much. Now, this is still bullish structure. It looks a little sketchy, but we can be touching the lower Bollinger on the 1 minute time frame. And from that, I would be expecting a bounce to the upside. This would give us that cup and handle. And very likely from that cup and handle, we'd see all the way back up to the upper Bollinger today. Which, if we're going to be seeing this inverse cup closing, then that creates a very nice handle. Okay, and that'd also be a very quality put entry too. So we are looking for the bounce. We have all the signals for the bounce. Again, the Higgs been buying upward. The VVIX has been pulling downward. Dealers are really showing that they're not hedging the downside today. And if dealers are not hedging the downside today, then what does that mean? They're planning for the upside. Yep, basically just wait for it to go off-roading. That's the most simple way to think about it, is the market doesn't like to be off the road. Second it does, that becomes a very quality entry. It's the Higgs, I'll type it out, and the VVIX. Okay. Those are something you should have on your watch list, because buying and selling in those are very, very, very indicative of what dealers are doing. Now we will be looking for some bullish structure to form here, and this is on the 1 minute time frame. From this bullish structure forming at the bottom, this would create that very large cup and handle to push us to the upside, which that's fully what I anticipate out of dealers today. Okay, and we're just being patient at this point. The dealers are the actual brokers, the banks, the ones providing liquidity. So when you buy an option, whether it's a put or a call, someone has to have shares and write an option against those shares. Well, who's writing options against, SPY shares? Some of the biggest money in the world. I mean, it's you know, JPM, it's Fidelity, it's these very, very large entities. It's BlackRock. Um, they create these systems where they sell these positions to create liquidity for the market and to also profit. But those are the dealers. I'm not talking retail whales. They don't matter when it comes to the SPY. They're basically small fish at that point. They're nobody. Just waiting for the handle. Again, on the 1 minute time frame, we're seeing this lower Bollinger being pushed. That creates the conditions to push to the upside. So very likely from the 1 minute time frame, we will be heading back up to the 20 mo. 20 mo on the 1 minute time frame is at the 749.68, which on the 5 minute time frame that puts us above the 5 minute 20 mo, which is at 749.52. Okay, so it is telling us that very likely we're going to be seeing that upward bounce. Okay. And remember, we do have this very large cup closed, basically to the penny here. And that's how we know this is a bullish cup. Okay. From the bullish cup, which closed to the penny, we expect a bullish handle. Okay. We're starting to pull off from the 1 minute lower Bollinger, like we talked about. Very likely going to be heading up to the 20 mo, because again, each time frame is going to be trading the same. And I don't mean the price action is going to be the same within the each time frame, but each time frame wants to trade from the upper Bollinger to the lower Bollinger, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Doesn't matter if you're on the 30-minute, the hourly, weekly, daily, it doesn't matter. So we can use those to our advantage. We could see that, okay, 1 minute time frame, we're starting to pull away from this lower Bollinger. What's the upward target? It's that 20 mo. Well, where's that 20 mo coincide with the 5 minute time frame? It coincides with creating this handle to the upside. Okay, handle to the upside takes us where? Right to the upper Bollinger. Okay. So for calls, you want to set the greater than. For puts, you want to set less than. Again, looking for a bounce in this range. Pig selling just a little bit, not too much. But we do have to watch out for this potentially closing this inverse cup. If that happens, that becomes pretty bearish. But I'm really not expecting that to occur. I am expecting this to bounce upward towards the 20 mile on this 1 minute time frame. We still have this cup very well intact here. And I'm just going to mark this cup out. So as long as we don't break below that range, then this cup is still good. Okay. And I want to look at our VVIX. VVIX is still pulling down on the day. So again, dealers are just really not hedging here. If dealers aren't hedging the downside, this really tells me that they're trying to shake everybody out. So I'm really expecting this pretty large upside out of today. Correct. You'd sell 6 of them and leave the other 2 to run. So let's see if we get our full upside here. Okay. Now on this upside, this is the 1 minute time frame. I'm looking for the 20 mile here. So we really need to be seeing this 749.50 push, which for the 5 minute time frame, will be pushing us above that 20 mile, which would give us the strength to push up to the upper Bollinger. So I'm really leaning on that level. I really do expect them to tag that level, especially if they do want to continue heading to the downside today. I would expect them to want to find that put entry at the top. So we're being very patient here. Not the easiest day so far, but it's a very good learning day. Still not seeing dealers hedging the downside yet. Have a little bit of buying back in the HIG. Watching very closely for this upside bounce because again, this is very important that we get this upside bounce. I'm expecting it. And even on our OBV/ADL here, we're seeing how from the very bottom of that selling, we're slowly starting to head back up again. Okay. You can physically see this cup and the potential handle forming right here. So if we can exercise patience, We should get our level. Looking for a pretty major bounce out of the 1 minute time frame here to really pull us out of this somewhat bearish territory. I'm keeping my conditional order pretty high right now, because with this structure being potentially very bullish, which we do have to be cautious. There can be a head and shoulders building here. Okay. But with the structure being potentially very bullish, okay, I see that we could be pushing pretty high on the day. I'm not willing to let these calls go at the 749.37. There was a little bit of an exit up here, which everybody should have taken a few positions. But from the current range, I'm really looking for this upper Bollinger, especially if we get the true breakout structure that we're trying to see with this potential cup and handle. Okay, that would take us right back up to that 750 range. So we are looking for that. Yeah, very, very choppy. Um, but it's okay. You know, days like this are gonna happen, and it's a good example to see trading sessions like this. Because if you could succeed at the very, very hard, trading sessions, then you're gonna do very well on the easy ones. This is a fairly hard trading session. Not the hardest, but it is fairly hard. This push to the downside, a lot of this continued potential bearish structure has been a lot to contend with. Still seeing good signals out of the 1 minute time frame. Still seeing good signals out of the VVIX. And still seeing good signals out of the HIG. So everything so far is telling us that we should be seeing this upside. Okay. Even seeing semiconductors starting to push back upward again too. So a lot of stuff is really starting to position itself to the upside. So I am expecting the upward push. I just want to look at semis really quick. Semis look super good. See all that liquidity. You see this invalidation of this head and shoulders. Invalidated. So semis are telling us that they want to push. Okay. Now, where are semis trying to push? Well, very likely all the way to the high of the day. Okay. Especially with the invalidation of that head and shoulders on the 1 minute time frame. That's looking very good. For the SPY, that would mean we'd be definitely pushing above this 750 range again. I do want to see a continuation of bullish structure though. I don't want to see this turning into an inverse cup to the downside or anything. I do want this to form that cup handle rather than, some form of bearish structure. Yes, invalidated hasn't failed, so the head and shoulders on semiconductors has failed so far. So I'll look at QQQ as well. QQQ has a very nice cup and handle built here. Potentially can be this head and shoulders. But I'm really looking at that cup and handle forming here. If this cup can push all the way, then it will fully invalidate this head and shoulders, creating a bullish cup, which that's looking very, very likely, but literally by the second. So that will carry over to the SPY. As you can see, we just got a very nice candle on the SPY to the upside. So let's continue bouncing. Let's get our upside already. Let's make today a great day. Today is the type of day where I do expect kind of some massive buying to the upside. Just because of how hard they're shaking positions out. I mean, they've been shaking positions out all morning. All morning, all morning. So it's likely they were using that to buy calls. To shake people out of their call positions, pick those calls back up for cheap, and eventually should get that upside run. And we're seeing that breakout on semiconductors. We're seeing the breakout on, where's QQQ? On QQQ, we're starting to see the invalidation of this head and shoulders, which is exactly what we want to see. And now we want to see that happen with the SPY. Okay, so we want to see this level push back to the, why is my mouse not working there? Basically a 749, 750, excuse me. So that's what we're expecting now. Our call upside is looking very, very strong. We just need to see it invalidate this head and shoulders. Okay, that's kind of the big make or break of the day right now, is that we have to invalidate this head and shoulders, which we're very close to doing. Once we invalidate the head and shoulders, it's basically off to the races. So many phone calls today. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me answer this really quick. Sorry, I had to mute for a second. Okay, so this is looking very good still. This might look like potentially that Head and Shoulders, but we also see, again, almost to the exact penny, we have another cup here formed. From this cup, very likely creating a handle to the upside, which that handle to the upside will complete this larger cup. Okay, so we're looking for that to break out. Hig is still buying to the upside, which is telling us, we should be really expecting this upside. We're seeing the OBV/ADL no longer selling. It's technically been buying pretty much since 11:55. So, the buying is looking stronger, even though overall it's been very muted and weak on the day. We're seeing semiconductors continue to push upward. We're seeing, where's QQQ? QQQ working to invalidate that Head and Shoulders, which pretty much has so far. I'm just waiting for this cup to finish to the upside, and that would be, a very, very, very solid indicator that we will be getting the upside push that we're expecting. So once we could see this Head and Shoulders invalidated out of SPY, that will be exactly what we need to see for our algorithms to push the upside. So a little bit of a choppy day, very, very difficult in terms of that. But still expecting to exit on the green. And I'm not worried about theta, chewing up the calls too much or anything. Once we get our upside push, the IV will, um, you know, take that over and we won't have to worry about, the theta eating our contracts too much. BVIX has pulled up very slightly. But the Hig is still buying, which is telling me that dealers still want that upside. This looks really strong for a cup and handle on QQQ, especially since we've invalidated that Head and Shoulders quite a bit. So we're still just looking for our upside bounce. I know it's a choppy day and everything, but how is everybody doing? I know your calls are in the red. Semis are building super good bullish structure on the day. So even though we are chopping, I am expecting this upside, especially because we're still seeing the OBV pulling upward. That means that money is literally going into the symbol. HIG still buying to the upside. QQQ, if we can get a bounce, that'd be very nice. Semi's getting a little bit of a bounce here, which is good because there's tons of bullish structure built. And SPY, we're continuing to look for our upside bounce. Again, this is potentially a smaller cup and handle, which has not been invalidated. So that looks good. And this also looks good because there's this larger cup. And out of that larger cup, we have this potential, very strong handle. Handle with a cup and handle at the bottom of it is very, very suggestive of pulling upward. We see a lot of bullish structure on semis. Overall, we see good bullish structure on QQQ, and we're seeing a fairly strong bounce currently happening. VVIX pulled up very slightly, but still within the green, so that means that there's just very, very, very minor dealer hedging. And our HIG still buying to the upside. So we should be getting our upside, just continuing to chop, but continuing to wait for it. Jennifer, that sounds good. Yeah, Corey, that's a lot of contracts to be taking. Um, what was your block entry per? Because currently I have 14, and usually I enter 4, 4, and 4. Um, one of these entries I enter 2 and then 4. I don't remember which entry. Um, but that's why I have 14 rather than 12. But usually I would have had 12 contracts in here. Okay. Um, and again, I do have a fairly big port. I have the ability to buy literally 100 contracts each time, but that's not the goal. The goal is we don't want to have a massive loss in the worst case scenario. Okay. Worst case scenario, this sells down and the market absolutely drops. Well, we don't want that to happen. Okay. So that's why we keep our block entries very tight and consistent. QQQ is looking super good right now. Same with semis. We should be getting our upward push any second here. This is looking very, very strong now. And from this upward push, we should invalidate this full head and shoulders. No, you don't average down yet. It doesn't matter if you're getting torched in the current moment. We should be getting our price action to the upside. Okay, a lot of liquidity is building. That's telling us that we should be getting this upside move. Okay. That's why I'm really targeting this upper Bollinger here. Upper Bollinger is currently at the 749.97, but as we start pulling above this 20 mile, which we're starting to do, that 20 mile will start pulling upward, which will expand the upper Bollinger to the upside. Now, today, I'm expecting us to I need to cough 1 second. Give me a second. Apologize for that. Um, I'm expecting this whole downside or this whole upside to be filled today. Just based on the structure throughout the rest of the market. I'm really expecting that to occur. So I think that we have a lot of room to head upward. Again, today I think is going to be more of one of those days where it's a blessing in disguise, where we were down significantly in a position, but because we took the proper entries and we were very patient, we should be able to exit on a very nice win. QQQ continuing to see strength, so yeah, we should be good. Now, one thing with QQQ I am looking at is this smaller potential Head and Shoulders on the 1 minute time frame. So I want to see where that goes. Semiconductors still looking super strong though. And the ADL/OBV on semis have been pretty much just been buying ever since the low of the day. It looks like a lot of chop, but that is upward chop. So if we could break this level, that would be ideal. Just some smaller scary structures here, but overall, we should be seeing the upside. Still seeing buying out of the HIG. QQQ, if this bounces, then it'll invalidate this smaller Head and Shoulders and complete that cup, which would be the handle of this larger cup. So I am looking for that. I'm looking for a lot of invalidation of some of this potentially scary bearish structure. But it's looking very good throughout semis. It's looking very good throughout QQQ. We just need to see that taken throughout the SPY as well. See if we get our bounce out of QQQ here. That right shoulder is starting to look a little spooky. Still has not invalidated this larger cup, but this head and shoulders does look very, very scary. I won't lie about that. It's hard to say we're going to be heading downward though when we're seeing semis bouncing, and so far QQQ bouncing too. And it has not completed the bearish structure yet. We see a pull down in the VVIX as well. So dealers are starting to exit some of their hedges. So hopefully this was the last bit of liquidity they were looking to extract out of everybody before we continue to push our upside. If we can get the bounce out of QQQ to invalidate this head and shoulders, that would be very, very ideal. Still seeing buying within the HIG. Very tough day so far. Extremely, extremely tough day. If we get the upside that I'm expecting, then I'm gonna be extremely happy. But it should pretty much save everybody else's positions as well. I'm still seeing a lot of signals telling us that we will. There's a small cup, handle. No, we don't cut the calls yet. Um, Unfortunately, we still stay in these calls. As sketchy as it is. We're still seeing strong structure on the day so far throughout many different symbols. And it's basically just waiting to complete. So if we can get that completed, then we will get our upside. Very bearish structure on SPY though. It's not the situation I want, but if we do push into the lower Bollinger here again, I will be adding more calls. Again, I'm not ideally looking for that, but I am prepared to do so. Ideally, I would like a bounce so that we can get our upside. Especially when we're seeing the HIG buying, and especially when we're seeing the VVIX dropping. I want to see a good bounce out of semis, because again, we still have a lot of bullish structure built here. There's really no bearish structure built, other than the potential of this being some crazy inverse cup and handle, but I'm not seeing that just yet. I'm seeing a lot of bullish structure leading into bullish structure, leading into, getting ready to continue that bullish structure. So I think today is just a very, very hardcore chop day, which it's not easy to deal with. But I still stand by my entries for what we took today. Always will. That's really good. What I'm trying to show is just purely watching the SPY mostly, even though we're going between semiconductors and QQQ and everything. Um, the whole goal isn't to just max profits on the day. It's to, show the structure and the entries and everything else. Especially on semiconductors, I really, really like the bullish structure we have going. HIG selling down a little bit, but not concerning. Basically waiting for semis and QQQ to bounce. That's going to be really what takes us off on the day or not. This inverse, or this head and shoulders did not complete yet either. I'll take a look at NVIDIA and see what's going on with NVIDIA. Even on NVIDIA, we're seeing some bullish structure at the bottom here. Which again, there's some massive downside to NVIDIA. But we are starting to see bullish structure. Kind of like what we're seeing within semiconductors. So is there a large potential for NVIDIA to have an upward bounce? I think absolutely. Very tough day so far. I'll say that much. This reminds me a lot like last Thursday where I had to really enter into a ton of puts, basically for a whole $5 to the upside. Um, but again, that ended up being my most profitable trade I've ever taken. Um, so I really do stick by the technicals, even if the day is very sketchy. That's fine, Corey. You could say that, but I disagree. Um, I stand by each and every one of my entries. So, and in fact, I have, tons of streams where we do nothing but have wins. Um, so I'm not gonna feel bad about a single stream where things don't work out exactly as planned. Because again, my consistency with this is over 90%. Okay. Um, I stand by my entries 100%. Even if the market turned down, I still stand by my entries because I focus entirely on the mechanics. Mechanics say that we had 3 call entries here. We did have a little bit of an exit here, which some people should have taken some of those profits. I took a little bit. Um, it's helped mitigate the downside. But from that upward bounce that I was expecting, we haven't gotten that yet, you know. And I think that's the biggest downside of the day is that instead of having that upward bounce with this cup and handle like we expected, it turned into this head and shoulders and started heading to the downside. So you could judge me for that call. That's fine. I'll take it, but I disagree with you. I stand by each and every one of my entries. This is something I do as a career. This is something I do each and every day. So I'm very, very strict with when I enter and exit, even if the market doesn't play out the way that we want it. And I do think you're saying that because you entered a lot of positions. Um, Again, you really should have been entering less positions. If your risk was not willing to accept this, then you shouldn't have been entering 5 calls a time. You should have been entering maybe 2 calls at a time. Um, but I trust my process. Yeah, and this reminds me a lot like Thursday. Um, Again, last Thursday was absolutely brutal, and I really want you to think about that too if you think today was bad. Um, Imagine starting to buy puts at the 741 and it going all the way to the 745. I mean, holy cow. Would you be in a world of stress and everything else? I'm sure you would. This was my most profitable trade I've ever done. I can't even describe how it is because it looks like garbage. But the IV from those puts absolutely paid off. Um, I mean, I had a massive win from this. And this situation was a lot worse than what we're dealing with right now. So, again, you can judge me, but I 100% stand by what I do. Yeah, it's looking good for the breakout. We need it to happen. We need it to happen already. Um, so that everybody can stop being depressed. That'd be nice. It's very easy for people to go from being your best friend to absolutely hating you, depending on if the market works in our favor or not. Um, it's just the duality of what we do. It's something I accept. Um, I get it. You know, again, like I stated earlier, this isn't a game. You know, we're dealing with real money. We're dealing with, you know, time and effort. This isn't a game to me. Um, but I stand by everything that I do. Yes, please. Yes, please, Lauren. Go ahead and buy some puts so that we can have our calls ripped finally. Yeah, that's true. I haven't drawn enough up arrows today, so let's get some of those going. That's my target. Seems unreasonable, but literally that's my target on the day right there. Still seems like a sketchy day, but I'll laugh if we end up being massively profiting off of this trade. Let's check QQQ. QQQ invalidating the head and shoulders. Exactly what we wanted. Starting to build that cup that we wanted. Semiconductors continuing to push up. So it's hard for me to look at this and say we're not going to get our upside. Nah, I don't want to talk bad about Corey. I mean, you have to understand, we all get this way with money. You know, it's very easy to get emotional about money, especially if you're down quite a bit. Um, but I understand my trading mechanics and I stick by them, you know, come hell or high water. We're seeing the VVIX pulling downward quite a bit actually. We're seeing the HIG buying up, seeing semis continuing to create the bullish structure. So there's a cup. Expect a small handle to the downside before heading upward. So a little more chop to go, but this chop is properly shaking people out of positions. You know, it's doing the job it needs to do. Something I warned about, that the algorithms are going to shake positions. You know, if we're going to get our upside today, they're going to make sure that everybody pays for it. I'll tell you that much. I appreciate it, Wonders. Remember, we're expecting a small cup and handle out of semiconductors, so that's why we're seeing a little bit of that push down in SPY currently. QQQ, we actually have a cup closed to the penny. So same thing here, expecting that cup and handle upside. SPY has just been giving us a little bit of a hard time. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is worth averaging down. If we get to the lower Bollinger again. You know, again, this is a lot like that Thursday where unfortunately there was a lot of in this case downside prior before our upside. Um, I mean, one thing that people don't think about is that those put positions I had when I was trading on Thursday, when I took those put entries, which I still 100% stand by those put entries, um, they were down almost 70-80% at one point. I mean, I was freaking out. Okay, let me tell you, when you see your put entries happen and then the market still pushes up a whole nother $4, it's anything but easy. Okay, even for the most emotionally, steadfast, I was shaking. Okay, but that still turned into my largest win. Okay, dealers were working very, very hard to shake people out of the puts. And you know what they did? They ended up buying all those puts and making bank. Okay. Very likely that's what we're seeing out of dealers today. May not be the same situation, but that's what I'm seeing out of dealers today. I'm seeing a very bullish semiconductors. I'm seeing fairly bullish tech. And we just need to see that reflected within the SPY. And I fully expect us to get our upside. So I do apologize for those that disagree with my trading and everything today, but um I stand by it. Every 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 step of the way I stand by my trading, I've had to lose thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to get to the point where I'm consistent. And my consistency is well above 90% on my 0DTs. I haven't put the math together yet, but I can almost guarantee you it's probably around a 93, 94%. Now, most people cannot do that. And I'm not trying to say I'm better than most people, but I've worked very, very hard on this system to ensure that it's a very, very quality system. So I stand by it. I stand by it all the way. Even on the days that are very, very shaky and very scary, I still stand 100% by what we're doing. And if my system causes me to take a massive loss today, then you know what? This will be the first big loss I've had in probably about 3 or 4 months. Not that I want to mimic that on you guys, but what I'm trying to say is that there really is a consistency here. And hopefully we can not be short-sighted and understand that this is literally the culmination of thousands and thousands of hours, thousands and thousands of dollars lost to get to this point, to get consistent, to make this where this is an everyday career for me, where I'm constantly making profits each and every day. Do we have enough time for the upside today? Absolutely. We still have a full, sorry, my time frame's off a little bit. So what, 2.5 hours? 3 hours roughly, something like that. Um, we have absolutely plenty of time. And one thing to also consider is that at this time, for me it's 10:45. Usually between the 10 to 11 time for me is when we see a lot of market chop, because that's usually when dealers are out on lunch. Um, Lunch break's ending very soon. Okay. If we're going to be seeing buying to the upside, I think it's going to be coming very soon. And I think that they will have properly shaken out the majority of the call holders today. And you just see semiconductors just continuing to blast upward. Semis are still just picking up. QQQ doing absolutely awesome. There's that cup and handle forming. So all of our structures really, really pointing to this upside. So I'm just going to feel bad when we do get our upside and Corey ended up cutting out on a massive loss. Um, I will feel really bad about that one. But even though my positions are down today, I really don't expect to lose money today still. So even though the algorithms are trading, you still have people that are actively placing the orders and watching over them. Um, they're the ones. So when you're a dealer, basically what you're doing is you're sitting at a computer and you're watching over, you know, 50 to 100 different machines at once. Okay. And as a dealer, what you're watching for is orders because you have the level 3 data. You can see exactly every single order placed, from the calls to the puts to the equities, people's stop losses. You see it all. So as a dealer, what your entire goal is to grab liquidity, is to grab contracts cheap, run them up, grab it, sell expensive contracts at high IV, and then burn those contracts to zero. That's what your job is as a dealer while still providing liquidity into the market. Okay. When dealers go to lunch, they're no longer able to watch the calls or the order flow. Um, the algorithms are still going to trade, which there's going to be a lot of chop during that time. But the algorithms aren't going to be picking up all those new orders and everything. It really has a real human component behind that. Excuse me. To really do the math between making those orders turn into something. Okay, making those algorithms start buying up to those orders and things like that. Thank you for the trust, Ryan. I really do believe we're gonna have a very solid day, even if it was an extremely, extremely hard day. Um, but I do expect our upside. I mean, Semiconductors are still just blasting off this entire time. While we're seeing SPY chop. We're seeing SPY chop, but we're seeing QQQ continue to blast off. Okay. It's only a matter of time before this is reflecting in the SPY. And with that reflecting in the SPY, very likely going to close that cup, form a handle, and start grabbing a lot of this liquidity to the upside. Yeah, exactly, Sean. Exactly. You don't have the dealers sitting there, filling out the orders and everything. You have the dealers basically watching the gamma, watching the delta, and saying, okay, there's a very large gamma position at, whatever level. Let's start driving there. Let's start buying up there. Um, oh, there's a massive put level somewhere. Okay, well, let's crush those puts and buy them out. Things like that. Um, and they have the money and the willpower to be able to do that. Yeah, the mental exhaustion is definitely setting in. I'm feeling it right now. It's been really hard, especially ever since that comment from Corey, but I'm trying to ignore it. Because I do see our upside today. Just a very, very slow day. We had some great price action in the morning, but they have just been chopping and chopping and chopping and chopping and chopping ever since. But that chops for a purpose, and generally that purpose is to take people's contracts. Well, why would you chop at the low of the day? Well, generally to probably take people's calls, because as you can see, they got a ton of calls sold up here, right off the bat. They sold those calls for a super high IV. Now they're dropping that IV on those calls, picking them all back up for basically nothing. And then what do? Run them back into the money. I need to plug my phone in. Yeah, just a very hard day. It's a very, very chop heavy day, which days like this are extremely difficult because we expect faster movements and we don't get them. SPY finally starting to give us some bullish structure. Okay. Thank God. QQQ giving us that cup. Well, cup and handle. Now that we have a nested cup here, we should expect a nested handle to continue pushing up to the high of the day. Semiconductors are pretty much telling us this move is coming because they've literally been pushing up to the high of the day the entire session. They've just been buying their way up ever since selling the bottom. Have a cup formed here. Look for a small handle to the upward breakout. Dealers get back from lunch in about 5 minutes, so we should be seeing our price action starting to pick up quite a bit pretty soon here. Again, I do heavily believe that they were just trying to harvest a lot of the call positions in this range. Yeah, this system works super, super good in futures as well. Semiconductors, we closed a larger cup here. The handle did break out. But it looks like we closed this cup right here, which means that we should be expecting a handle before fully breaking out. So a lot of the liquidity is still pushing us to the upside. That's why I'm still very much in these calls, as much as they've been getting chopped up. Um, Once we get our breakout, that chop's not going to be something we're going to be concerned with anymore. And a lot of our symbols are telling us that that upward breakout is coming. See where we head on this 1 minute time frame. It's been really difficult because we've been seeing a lot of the price action that we're wanting to see out of QQQ and semis, but SPY has just been absolutely chopping. Getting ready to see that upward breakout on semis again. Really expecting this upward breakout. I know I've been saying that for a couple hours now, but the structure's looking very, very solid. A lot of our other symbols are telling us that they want to break out. I mean, even on NVIDIA here, as sketchy as it looks, we have a lot of bullish liquidity built. Usually I end the stream a lot sooner, but I'm going to basically stay until we make sure we get our upside today. Not gonna leave everybody hanging, so. Yeah, I mean, I see so much liquidity building to the upside. You know, even right here, we have this super nice liquidity for an inverse head and shoulders, which, if that completes, that takes this cup, builds us a handle, you know, and starts pushing us upward. So we have a lot of liquidity in here that's really telling us that the bulls want the upside. We just we need to see the price action actually hit. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm gonna make sure I stick with you all on the stream until we get our upward breakout for sure. Especially with today being a tougher day, I'm not gonna leave everybody hanging. Something that I want to bring up today too is on QQQ. You see how our call entry today, or our put entry, excuse me, would have been basically to that 728.72? Well, we saw the price move up a whole nother $3, okay, before getting that downside. This is almost the exact same situation as what I discussed happened last Thursday. So with us seeing a lot of this upward structure, I am expecting these calls to really pay out, even though it's been very sketchy. Hasn't been easy to hold through. So liquidity you can think of kind of like pools, right? So pools of money. When we have certain structures, there's certain structures that suggest bearishness. There's certain structures that suggest bullishness. Well, when we see bullish structures, that's telling us that likely the liquidity is above this range. Okay, because one, they sold that range. They then quickly brought us out of it, and now they're chopping underneath it. Well, why would they do that? Well, very, very likely they just want to pick up all the orders that they originally sold. That's the idea of it, is that the liquidity is very, very heavy to the upside today. Now, can we have downside liquidity? Absolutely. You know, if they want to do some crazy gap down and try to take some of this liquidity from last Friday before we had the major gap up over the weekend, sure, maybe they try to aim for that. But a lot of our structure is telling us that we're heading to the upside. Very, very mentally exhausting day. I'll say that much. This has been pretty much anything but an easy day so far. If we see this handle bounce, that'll be a very good sign out of QQQ. Because very likely that would take us above this very, very large consolidation range, which should take us out of that consolidation range on SPY as well. Yeah, and I'm also seeing those higher lows as well. For example, we didn't even hit this range again once we pushed down all the way. We have entirely ignored that range, which it's very, very choppy here, but a lot of this is telling me, okay, very likely we're trying to push upward. Very likely we're trying to create the liquidity to the upside. Well, what's our upside target? Very likely the high of the day. So, tough day so far, but we should be able to exit fairly unscathed. Starting to get that cup building on SPY, or that handle, I mean, within this cup and handle. It's very good. We see a very large buying candle in there. We see our OBV slash ADL continuing to chop, but picking upward. I mean, this has basically been an ascending chop the entire day, which means that it's slowly heading upward. Okay, that means that funds are slowly pouring into this. Well, if funds are slowly pouring into this and we're seeing dealers not hedging a lot, the VVIX is pulling down massively. It was all the way up at 89.60. It's at 89.36 currently. So that's telling us that dealers are not hedging the downside. Well, why would they not be hedging the downside? Again, very likely to pull some of this upside. Especially when they sold a lot of it very early in the day. Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, a very, what looked like easy day turned into a very difficult day, a very difficult session. Um, but I'm still seeing our upward push coming. Um, I think it would be absolutely nuts if this ended up pulling to the downside. I mean, we're seeing all the instruments we need to see, giving us the signals that we need to see. So we're just basically waiting for the algorithms to do the buying and really start pushing that level. Again, I really do think that they were working to shake out a majority of the calls today. QQQ still pushing cup and handle. So we're just waiting for the breakout. At this point of the day, I start to look to break even, okay? Because let's face it, our calls got absolutely brutalized in this range. I mean, this was an absolute bloodbath. We can make that pretty dark red. Absolute bloodbath. Even though I stand by my entries, they have chopped us to shreds, okay? Um, so at this point, what you should be looking for is to pull neutral. If you can get a couple runners to run to the upside, then that's what we're going to do, and we're going to be able to profit off those. But at this point, just look to pull neutral. Yeah, but we're not looking at the weekly contracts or anything for this type of trading. If I was looking for weekly entries, that goes on an entirely different time frame, entirely different rule set, not what we do here. Okay. Um, what this is about is being able to pull profits or to be able to pull back to neutral. Now, we're starting to see this upward breakout. Okay. So, are we likely going to be able to pull back to neutral today? I think the odds are extremely high. Okay. Are we going to be able to pull a profit on today? I think that potentially the odds are very high. You know, this is reminding me a lot like that Thursday where they really just wanted to chop this range out. They sold the calls early, they dropped the price, and they chopped. Usually do that to either set a new level to consolidate at or to grab all that liquidity. Um, Based on semiconductors, QQQ, the HIG, the VVIX, everything's telling me that this is very likely a liquidity grab. We're actually seeing the HIG push a new high, which doesn't look like a new high, but it's a new high for us. So 80.11. Um, a lot of really great signals are going on. So should we get our upside? Yeah, I'm fairly confident in that. So I've taken my conditional sell orders off. Okay. Um, I'm not looking for the 5 mile exit at this point. Um, because again, technically we're above that. Um, we're almost at the upper Bollinger. Um, what I'm looking for is for the high of the day. Okay, or very close to it. I basically want to see this 751 pushed. Now, can that be a little risky? Absolutely. But I think that with how hard they've been shaking people out of calls, it's just screaming to me that they want this level at this 752. Um, I could be incorrect about that. I'm willing to be incorrect about that, and my risk is willing to be incorrect about that. If your risk is not willing to be incorrect about that, then you do need to cut out probably around the 750 range if we get that push upward. Okay. Um, that's kind of just the factors going on currently is that we have a lot of bullishness throughout the rest of the market. Um, we have semiconductors roughly going to be pulling up probably another $3 or $4, which for the SPY that's really going to move us. Okay, that's really going to push us above this 750 range. Very likely try to tag us into the top of that cup. So ideally, I want to aim for that. Okay, I want to make money today. I don't want to lose money. I don't want to just cut even. I want to make some good money today. Um, I have to prove Corey wrong. Um, because he made me feel bad. So I'm looking for big money today. So Nimble, I would set yours at, I really want to set it in like a mid-range. So set it at the 750.61. Okay. Exactly, Jay. I've ground to stand on at this point after what Corey said to me, so I'm gonna be chasing for the big win. People are always welcome to knock my method and everything, but I highly suggest they watch the last 10-20 streams before they do, because they would see that most of the time we are absolutely just blasting. Okay, so again, I stand by everything I do. Um, the only emotion I have right now is just sadness because because of what Corey said. But in terms of worrying about my positions or anything, I'm not worried at all. Um, I again am fully expecting us to get our upside on the day. A lot of different signals are telling us that we should be heading up quite a bit today. I have to calculate my 0DT win rate, but I could say very confidently it's definitely above 90%. Um, I know that sounds wild, but I will calculate it all and give you guys the numbers on that when I do have time to sit down and do it. But I do not lose very often when I trade like this. My last loss, I had $8 loss, and that was about a week and a half ago. So usually I don't lose a lot. Okay. Um, oh, he basically said I made a terrible call. and that those calls are just getting chopped up and everything, which I disagree with the terrible call because I'm going to follow my technicals no matter what happens. But I do agree that these absolutely did get chopped up, but I can't do anything about that. Um, as a trader, I can only trade what's provided to us, and unfortunately today they absolutely decided to turn this into a bloodbath on us. I can't change that. Lorenzo, I know you have. You've been there literally forever. Um, I swear you came from the Reddit we used to run back in the day as well, if I remember correctly. I appreciate that, Scott. I'm glad you're doing very good. Ruben says, "Hi Dave, what are your thoughts on Soxus calls here out for a few weeks? Thanks. I want to wait for the upper Bollinger on the daily time frame." Okay. Which we're very close to. Well, I guess we're actually starting to push that. But that means tomorrow we're expecting a higher high, which, okay, that explains a lot about today. Um, we should almost certainly see our bullish upside based off of literally just this alone. Um, sorry if you can hear my daughter screaming. She's playing with my wife right now. Um, Day 1 upper Bollinger, we expect to secure the level and hold it. Day 2, we expect a higher high. What is this building into? A cup? Okay, very likely that's going to form a handle to push us to a higher high. So this just brought my conviction up within our calls like 20-fold. Um, so that's looking super good. Um, but in terms of the success calls, you want to wait for tomorrow's higher high. Those are when we will start taking short positions. Yeah, and that's true. It's a strategy, and it is back tested between thousands and thousands and thousands of trades. It has an extremely, extremely high accuracy to it, and therefore I do have to stand by every single entry, even if the market doesn't give us the price action we're looking for within the exact moment. Um, the strategy says you buy calls when you enter the lower Bollinger because that's how you get profit. Just like it says when you get to the upper Bollinger, that's when you short. So the strikes that, and there's an actual proper response to this on how to determine strikes for the day. See that 20 mile range on the 5-minute time frame? That's where you target your strikes around. So to the downside, that's why we talked about the puts being all the way from the 751 to the 749. Because look at where the middle Bollinger's at currently. It's at the 749.12. So all of those puts would have been massively, 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 basically at the money or in the money. For the calls, well, what are we targeting? We're targeting above this 20 mile. So anything from that 749, 750, 751 should all land very, very well. Assuming we're going to be getting the upside that I'm fully expecting us to get. Now, one thing we have to contend with here is this cup. Because what happens from a cup? Pull down and head upward. So today's looking a lot like we're going to see more of that, not exactly end of day move, but a lot closer towards that end of day move. Now that we have completed this bullish cup, which this is great news. Okay, this is very, 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 very good news for all the call holders. This is telling us that our calls will pay us out. Okay, um, if we can continue to be patient, continue not to get shaken out here, we're going to be heading to this upside. This cup almost guarantees that. So this should be a very, very promising signal for everybody. But understand, we do have some chop based on this. Okay, we still have to build that handle to the downside before fully heading upward. But this should be very, very promising news for literally every single person holding a call right now. Um, this is telling us dealers are trying to grab the liquidity because that's what these buys are. They're buying shares, they're buying calls, going to form a handle downward and very likely wipe out the entire puts of the day, reclaim all those calls they sold earlier, and blast off into the rest of the day. You know what? There's nothing wrong with selling at a break even, okay? There's nothing wrong with it, and you shouldn't ever even feel bad about that. Um, most traders cannot break even on their positions, and you should be very proud of being able to do that, especially during such a hard day. So truly don't feel bad about cutting out on a break even like that. I still have a little bit more room to go before I'm on a break even, but I'm looking for us to make profit on the day. Um, I'm really looking for us to push that high of the day and really, really just secure that level. But regardless, breaking even, you should be super, super proud because, I mean, not even 1% of traders can do that. And think about that. There's literally millions of people on the planet that trade each and every day, each and every second, and they cannot even pull a break even. And yes, I'm super happy about our drip. I haven't checked it today. Oh, it's ripping. So I have 20,000 shares. People think I'm crazy, but I have 20,200 shares. I have to check the average, but it's in 4.4 something. Um, I'm waiting for this sucker to run up to the 7, 8, 9, $10 range. HIG continuing to buy upward. SPY finally pushing the top of that cup. Again, expect a handle to the downside. It's okay, L. And you have to remember today was a very, very tough day. Okay. Um, use these days to teach yourself lessons about what you could have done differently. Okay, and that's why I really focused on the technicals and not the emotional aspect. Um, because the technicals have been telling us we had 3 call buys, okay? We had no put buy, we had 3 call buys earlier. We have some put buys currently, but that's for a very small handle to the downside. I'm not wanting to engage that. Um, but from that, it was a very difficult day, especially when we started pulling back down again. We had this structure that looked very bullish, started to build this handle, broke down. Very scary. Okay, that's a very scary thing to happen when you're holding calls. because it looks like it wants to just continue breaking down. Okay, I fully get you selling your positions um on a loss. Okay, but if you focus on the technicals, then in hindsight you'll see that the technicals do truly pay out. Okay. Um, and unfortunately, Corey had to leave before that because I would have liked to help him navigate his loss, but um, fortunately he did leave. If you set a conditional order, can I override it with a sell order? No, you have to cancel the conditional order first. Okay, it will not allow you to sell over that. No, I'm not going to be adding any positions 1DT for the upper Bollinger. This week is entirely going to be focused on just teaching 0DT trading, which today gave us a very, very hard day. Um, but hopefully we get our move upward, which is building very nicely here. We should get it. And from that move upward, we'll be in profit, and then after profiting, we'll be able to work on the plays for tomorrow. So, yeah, you don't want to jump back into calls here. Again, you always want to wait for the entry, even if, unfortunately, it's very likely not going to open up again today. Um, you just have to really have that iron will of just, I'm only going to enter at the lower Bollinger for calls. I'm only going to enter puts at the upper Bollinger. If you can keep those mechanics, I can promise you that you're going to see a lot of profits out of your 0DT trading. I think Corey just overextended how many positions he got. He saw these trades went very well, and he was very likely expecting this to happen again. Um, just like I was. I mean, we saw this cup, we saw the handle start forming, looked super good, and then we had the breakdown. So that's what really started to shake people, um, was that breakdown. On the 1 minute time frame, we can see how this cup is literally formed perfectly to the T here. We're just looking for the bottom of this handle, wherever the bottom of this handle is. We're going to look for bullish support. From that bullish support, it should give us our breakout into, the high of the day. So I do apologize, today was a little difficult. Um, Not that I can control it, but I know people hold a lot of value, excuse me, in what I say and do. And I fully get that. Um, it's just a shame that unfortunately Corey didn't stick around long enough to be able to eventually profit from these positions, because I do think that there is the very valid room to be able to profit. Nvidia is still building very, very good bullish structure here. And I want to check the VVIX again. The VVIX is pulling down basically to almost a new low of the day. The lowest of the day was 88.87. It's at 89.02. This sucker means that dealers are not hedging at all. Which is good news for us, okay? It's good news for us as call holders. That's telling us that very likely we're going to be seeing a very, very significant upside. So that's why I don't have the orders set just yet. I'm really looking for basically the top of this cup to hit. At the top of that cup, I'll be more than happy to exit the vast majority of my positions because they'll be massively green at that point. We're going to delete that. But that's what we're looking for. I'm only trading the SPY currently, but just looking at other symbols to get the overall sentiment. Eventually we will be trading some other symbols. We'll also be doing some equity trading this week as well. But for today, I wanted to focus entirely on the SPY. Perhaps tomorrow we could focus on QQQ or something different. But each day we're going to be working on something, preferably new to teach new skills. Right, Law? We just need our upward push already. Just needs to happen so that we can be good to go. I would I would be exiting Robinhood as a brokerage. Um I really have nothing good to say about Robinhood. They don't have good quality orders. They don't take very good quality order exits, so they can cause you to exit late on positions. They can cause you to skip positions. Um, they close out your options early. I don't like Robinhood. It's not a very good brokerage. And yes, I did use it in the past when I first started. Right, Sean? I know usually we're done with it like the first hour and a half, 2 hours, but not today. Today they're making us work, but it's okay. As long as you can break that psychological aspect, I think you can definitely do this full time, not too long from now. Um, Again, I really don't suggest having less than about $5,000 to really start taking this to the next level. Um, However, we have plenty of time to build accounts. If you have a smaller portfolio, there's plenty of time for us to take smaller trades and slowly build these portfolios up. Um, so if that's your goal, just continue focusing on the mechanics, continue to focus on what works. Let's really break the psychological barriers because as you saw, a few people fell victim to it today, and very likely we're going to profit on today, while they're going to be down an absurd amount. So, um, and I hate to say that because I know that might sound cocky or something, but I don't mean it that way. I wish they would have stuck around to be able to profit with us, but emotions get to people. Emotions get to people very greatly. So if you can continue to keep a strong mind, focus exactly on the exits and entries, then there's no reason why you can't be doing this full time. – Yeah, the PDT or PDT rules changed, I believe, on June. I wanted to say June 5th, but I don't really remember. Um, Sometime in June, it's going to change to where basically any account size can perform like a PDT account, which is basically currently takes 25,000 to have. Um, but this will allow you to recycle positions and not get caught up. Yeah, and I definitely think you can build the portfolio to 5,000 by then. You know, again, today is really an outlier. Usually we have very, very solid days. Today has been a very difficult day. Um, but I'm still seeing the breakout coming. I still see a lot of the liquidity heading upward. We've been seeing our high yield corporate bonds buying upward. We've been seeing our volatility insurance dropping into the ground, which means that, you know, dealers are just flat out not hedging positions. A lot of good signals to the upside. HIG still buying up, so it's at 80.13. QQQ still looking very great. I mean, this looks very much so like it wants to complete this cup. Okay, QQQ completing that cup brings it up roughly about another $1.50. Um, for semis, they have roughly about $2 upside. And then for SPY, you know, we basically have this $2 upside. So a lot of this should coincide into that closer to end of day upward pop. And again, with this cup, we did expect some selling to the downside. At the top of a cup, we always expect bearish structure. Starting to get that a little bit. But from this bearish structure, we're starting to look for a bullish breakout. Okay. So that's basically the main thing we're looking for now is for this cup's handle to break us out into the all-time or into the highs of the day. Yeah, and you have to you have to trust the process. Um, Bitcoin dropping, let's see. Oh, I'm not worried about that. That looks like a cup and handle. Where's my Bollingers? Of course, my Bitcoin Bollingers are all messed up. Yeah, that looks like a cup and handle. And especially when they had a call entry right here. Or, you know, a long entry, however you want to define it. But from that, you're seeing cup and handle, very likely going to push to the upside. So that's a good thing for us. That's telling us that very likely we'll be seeing the rest of the equities follow. So we're simply waiting for the breakout of this handle, and we should be good to go. Very tough day though. I do appreciate everybody sticking with me. Well, almost everybody. Pushing this lower Bollinger on the 1 minute time frame, that gives us the conditions to start heading upward. Okay, because remember from the lower Bollinger, that becomes basically call entry. Even though it's on the 1 minute time frame, Each time frame still tries to trade the same from the upper Bollinger to the lower Bollinger. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So from this range, we should start expecting an upward bounce fairly soon here. This upward bounce should take us up to the high of the day, as this would be the handle on this, cup that we've been building all day. Same with semiconductors. You can see the top of this cup right here. Oh, if it'll let me get to it. Top of the cup right there. And top of the cup right there. So we're waiting for semis to build a small handle to push upward. Very likely we'll see the same thing out of QQQ. There's that gap right there. Right there. Looking for a handle to form and head to the upside. So we have, let's see, hour and 20 minutes left in the trading session. It does look like they're trying to kind of chop this out until closer to the end of the session, which would make a lot of sense for an upper Bollinger push, especially if they're trying to grab all these calls. Makes a lot of sense to shake everybody out for the majority of the day and then go ahead and push. But still fully expecting this push here, as crazy as it might seem. You're very welcome, everybody. I do apologize that this has been extremely difficult to deal with today. But again, I can't control that. I can only control the proper entries and exits. So even if people get mad at me, I can't change it. Starting to look for an upside bounce out of semis, out of QQQ. Something to tell us that we're done with this selling. We're forming these cup handles to the upside and getting ready to push upward. Potentially we can have a very small micro head or micro inverse head and shoulders forming. Sorry if you can hear my daughter. Potentially can be seeing that. Or we could see this push all the way back down and close a smaller inverse cup. We'll see how that turns out. Sorry if you can hear my daughter. So looking for the bounce very, very closely. It's basically all we're doing at this point is just looking for a bounce. A lot of these cups have formed, just forming the handles, and from those handles we should head up to the upside. So that's what we're looking for. Now on the 5-minute time frame, this is actually really good. This is giving basically a put exit from this entry, which that's exactly what the algorithms are looking for. From that exit, if they decide to bounce this cup and handle, then that 20 mile is very likely the range they're going to do that at. Okay, because technically that's the exit of their puts. From the exit of their puts up into the calls. So we are looking very closely at that 20 mile for a bounce. It'd be nice if we get our bounce already so that we can relax a little bit. Potentially starting to see some bullish structure here, but I want to see some real continuation of it, not just a few cents. Right? Very, very hard day. I do appreciate everybody sticking around. I think we have 69 viewers right now, which is very welcoming. Yeah, we just need to draw a couple more up arrows. And very likely that's going to start sending it upward. But we are targeting from the 20 mall to really start pushing upward. I want to look at semis. Semis seeing a little bit of a bounce, but again, I want to see, not just a couple cents. I want to see a few dollars because we are trying to hit the highs of the day. Same with QQQ. Looking for the high of the day. And I want to look at the HIG and the VVIX again just to double check that everything is going well. Yep, HIG still buying upward, so it's at 80.11 or 80.12, excuse me. And the VVIX is at 89.15, so still very, very low on the day. So we are looking for this upward bounce, looking for liquidity to start giving us that bounce. Potentially we have this smaller inverse head and shoulders building. So we'll see if that takes. But it would be nice if we can get our bounce already. NVIDIA closed the cup as well. Looking to build a handle. Just waiting for wherever the bottom of this handle's at, which again, it looks really much like it's going to be at that 20 mall. 20 malls at the 749.28. We're currently at 749.31, so it's basically coinciding exactly with that level. If we bounce up upward, then that should lead into the overall expected bounce that we're expecting. Semis potentially could do the same thing, pull down the 20 mall and then bounce. QQQ, same thing, 20 mall then bounce. So just be prepared for that, but a lot of different symbols are telling us that we should be heading upward. I like the Heiken Ashi candles because it shows the structure a little better. So let me show you the standard candles. Standard candles, it's kind of hard to see that there's cups forming here, that there's handles forming here. It's kind of like, even on this upside, um, it didn't look very convincing at all with standard candles. However, if you swap to the Heiken Ashi, it's a very clear trend. Okay, very clear trend at the bottom, very clear trend, very clear trend, very clear trend. So I like them a lot. They are visually just far more appealing for me for structure. Okay, and now we're at the range where we're expecting our bounce, everybody. So this is kind of it. Are we going to get our bounce, or are we going to continue pushing down in the day? A lot of signals telling us that we should be heading upward. We're seeing our OBV starting to climb again ever since hitting that 20 MA, which is telling us that money is entering into the symbol. This should lead us up into our bounce. Let's check QQQ. QQQ starting to bounce as well. Okay, so this is looking good so far, but again, we need to see not just a few cents here, we need to see actual dollar weight to fully break this consolidation and really take us to the high of the day, you know? Yeah, you're very welcome. Sorry if you can hear my daughter screaming right now. She has the flu and she's not feeling super good and she's fussy. Starting to see stocks starting to bounce as well, so that's semiconductors. Seeing some puts being sold, which is telling us that very likely the dealers are wanting to head to the upside. We're continuing to see HIG push upward. It's currently at 80.15. Again, you don't push the HIG upward unless you're wanting to see equities push upward. So a lot of different signals are telling us that we're very close to our bounce. Just have to survive it. Let's check QQQ. QQQ looking good for its bounce as well. So let's get some dealers buying already. Sorry, I had to mute for a second. Yeah, you're very welcome, Vino. We have a cup formed here on semis, forming a very small handle. They're really just making this as difficult as humanly possible. Our VPIX did pull up a little bit, but not super concerning in terms of the amount. Our HIG is still buying upward. And that VVIX pull-up does coincide a lot with those handles we were looking for throughout a lot of different symbols. Just waiting for our breakout. Once we do get the breakout though, it's going to be a really nice day. But we do need to get the breakout already. QQQ starting to get ready to test its 5 mile, or 20 mile, excuse me, which we talked about. That was a potential. Semiconductors, kind of the same thing. Potentially could retest their 20 mile before heading upward. So looking for these tests. From these tests, we'll see if we get our upward bounce or not. Or if the dealers just want to spite me and burn us. Okay, so the 20 mile has been hit. We'll see if this level tests to the upside or if we test to the downside. Same with semis. Now we are looking for upside bounces from these tests, so starting to see the prices move a little quicker here, which could be a good thing. That means a little more volume going on. Let's check our VVIX. It is pulling back down again, so literally every condition is there for a bounce. I'm gonna need a drink after today. And I don't drink. Starting to get a little bit of that upside bounce there. Just need this to continue tapering off the lower Bollinger, head up, back through the 1 minute 20 mile, and continue building bullish structure. On our SPY, our cup is still very valid, so it's not like it's been invalidated or anything just yet. Still have plenty of room to go. So with coinciding semiconductors, QQQ, a dropping VVIX, all the signals are telling us that we should get a bounce. Where's QQQ? Starting to see a little bit of tapering on the bottom there, which is exactly what we want to see. We want to see tapering into a push upward. Seeing a little bit of tapering out of the bottom of semis. We want to see tapering into a push upward. SPY, again, kind of same thing. A little bit of tapering into a push upward. It's everything we're expecting to see right now. This inverse cup to the downside did not close, so I'm not worried about that being an inverse cup. This bullish cup with this potential handle is still holding extremely well. So if we continue seeing our bouncing throughout the rest of these symbols, it should be good to go. Yeah, we'll see if we get our power hour breakout. So many signals are telling us that we're going to get the breakout today. It's very, very frustrating having it chop all the way to the end of the day like this. But all the liquidity is set. Everything's ready to go. Our VVIX continuing to pull downward. I mean, everything is very, very ready to go. So we just need to see the breakouts actually happen. Semi's starting to bounce, so that's good. SPY bouncing a little bit, so that's good. A little bit needs to turn into a lot of bit. And let's see if we get our breakout, everybody. Being super, super patient. Waiting for QQQ. Continuing to build some bullish structure. We have a nice buy candle in there too. It's gonna be frustrating if they push us to the end of the day and then they push it, which is really looking likely so far, which I dislike immensely. Sort of ridiculous to sit here and chop for like 4 hours straight. EWY, I'll have to check that. Semiconductors starting to break out, so we're actually seeing some major upside here. That's, thank God. Same with QQQ, okay. Maybe we get it, everybody. Maybe we're gonna get our breakout. Just need to see it on SPY. Semis getting ready to hit 750. Or excuse me, 570. Yep, they pushed that 570. So SPY any moment now. You can do it. QQQ bouncing very nicely. We need to get it to the 731. SPY needs to bounce with semis and do its thing. Not just move up a few cents. It's actually ridiculous. This was a very hard day, everybody. So if we do get our breakout, I'm gonna go relax for the day and probably crash. Because today has been very, very overwhelmingly difficult. It's already hard enough to trade live because that means that I usually have to have a very high consistency. Okay, if I'm going to be trading live, especially if I'm going to be teaching classes. So that's already very overwhelming. But then on top of that, we've been getting absolutely chopped to pieces today. So, not an easy day at all. Um, but if we can get our breakout, which again looks beyond likely at this point, I mean, even Nvidia should start bouncing here. QQQ still bouncing. Semi is still bouncing. SPY is still just sitting here. Yeah, I appreciate all the kind comments, everybody. It's been not an easy day. And it always makes me feel bad when someone comes in and blames a large loss on me. So, yeah, you're very welcome, everybody. Again, I do appreciate the good comments. I'm more of an emotional person, so things do tend to get to me a little bit. Especially because, like, worst case scenario, I don't want to be seeing people lose money. I mean, that's the absolute worst thing that, I could provide for somebody is for them to lose money off of my trades. Wonder if it's just NVIDIA holding us down on the SPY here. Because it's like we're getting our bounce out of QQQ, we're getting our bounce out of semis, but SPY is just holding its ground, which is very, very frustrating. See semiconductors still pushing upward. Same with QQQ. SPY is still just holding that range. Our VVIX is at the 20 MA on the 5-minute time frame. We can see that push upward, or I'm looking for it to again pull downward. There's a little bit of a head and shoulders built here. So we should see volatility dropping a little bit. Sorry, lose my train of thought. I know this cup and handle wants to break out. Just give us a breakout already. Literally everything else is breaking out. Except for NVIDIA. Yeah, even today, like, currently I'm down about 400 because I'm still holding some calls, but I was still able to exit a good majority of the calls right there on our exit. Um, And we talked about that exit, and that was a very good opportunity. Um, at this point, I'm just really waiting for this upward breakout. Um, just because literally the rest of the market is kind of telling us that it's available. But usually my positions pull to neutral. Um, Today's gonna be an exception just because I am really trying to see them push for this high of the day. Um, Call it a gut feeling, whatever. I really do expect that major push to come. Excuse me. Especially when we're seeing the breakout on semis, we're seeing the breakout on QQQ. It's kind of like, what are you waiting for, SPY? Let's go. Let's get our level already. Now again, I want to see this push all the way up to the 752 today. We have silver and gold breaking out, which should be bullish for equities. We have our volatility still holding low. We have our HIG. Excuse me, I don't mean to yawn in the mic. We have our HIG at 80.15, so a lot of signals telling us we're going to be buying upward. Just need to see the actual price action. And just from like a dealer standpoint, it 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 wouldn't make sense to chop this down like this and not buy those calls up. I think that would just be just ridiculous if they don't do that. But we'll see. The market doesn't always play to my rules. But they're obviously trying to aim for all-time highs on semis. They're trying to aim for all-time highs on QQQ. That really should reflect within the SPY as well. I think it's pretty ridiculous so far that it hasn't. This price action has been just terrible, 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 terrible. This has just been nothing but a meat grinder today. Which is just unbelievably difficult to deal with. So today, easily a 10 out of 10 difficult day. One of the most difficult I've had. And that says a lot because I trade literally each and every single trading session. Yeah, we're running out of time. We only got another 40 minutes, so they really got to start pushing us soon. Seeing a lot of buys starting to come in. So this might be it. This might be the breakout we're looking for. QQQ starting to break out, getting ready to hit that 730. So a lot of different symbols are telling us we're really, really close to, you know, getting ready to take off. Semis trying to head up to that 571. Sorry, I had to mute for a second. Let's get our breakout. Come on. I mean, looking at semiconductors here, we're that close to the all-time highs again. Okay. Do you think they don't take that today? I do. I can almost guarantee you they take that today. QQQ. Same thing. You know, we have this cup, handle, very likely forming a smaller handle to push upward. But does it look like they don't want that level? Doesn't look like that to me. It looks like they want to absolutely take that level. SPY being difficult, it needs to not. It needs to just work with us and give us our move to the upside. I really feel like Nvidia's holding it down a lot right now. But even with Nvidia holding it down, this cup and handle is still very valid. You have a very well-formed cup there. You do have the liquidity building for a bullish structure here. You can see the left shoulder, the head. You need to build a right shoulder, head upward. The issue is that we only have, 36 more minutes in the session. We need this breakout to happen like yesterday. Okay, we need this breakout to happen, you know, immediately. So it needs to start happening. It needs to give us our breakout. This is the SPY, so this is the S&P. This is an ETF based off of the actual, um, the specs, the actual S&P. Yeah, it feels like they're just pinning this sucker down until the last second, which is really beyond frustrating because I swear if they try to take everybody's calls from us when we've been waiting all day, I'm gonna be very, very upset. But everything is primed for the breakout. We have semis literally pushing back up to that 571. We have QQQ getting ready to head back up to the 730. Just need our move on the SPY. Come on, give us our move. You can do it, dealers. Literally have all the liquidity set. There is an inverse head and shoulders built. This will complete this cup and handle. Very likely a smaller handle to fully break out, or they just use this handle to break out entirely. But I'm looking for the breakout. Should be coming very soon. I do apologize everybody that today has been just a very, very tough day. Technically, we can still trade 0DTs all the way until after close for about 10 minutes. On Webull at least. I don't know what other brokerages allow that, but on Webull, as long as our contracts are not in the money, then we can trade those all the way until um, about 10 to 15 minutes after. Yeah, this chop has been absolutely ridiculous today. QQQ building a small handle on that cup. Should be ready to break out any second now. Semis, same thing. Should be ready to break out any second now. We see our VVIX still pulling downwards, so it's at 89.46. And what's our HIG at? It's at 80.14, so a little bit of selling, but literally only a penny. Nvidia's starting to break out a little bit, which maybe that's the catalyst we really need here. We can have this cup forming the handle. So maybe that's what the SPY is really waiting on. As long as it's not in the money. If your contracts are not in the money, then they won't close them out, no. So technically we've had some trades where they've ran it up in the after hours and we've been able to absolutely profit massively. Okay, SPY starting to break out a little bit. Thank God, finally. Just give us a real move to the upside already. Because this has been absolutely brutal. This has been a very, very brutal session. Very, very difficult session. Yeah, now they're breaking it out, of course. Of course, you jerks. You jerks, literally at the last little bit of the day. So look for this cup to close. Expect a very small handle and then a breakout. It's so frustrating. I'm really happy to hear that, Lorenz. I mean, I want everybody to make as much money as possible, and days like today just kind of crush my soul because the last thing I want everybody to do is literally trade through a meat grinder like we traded through today. I mean, this has been... There's a lot of different words for what this is. It's not nice. We try to avoid chop, okay? However, today, with all the bullish structure, with all the bullishness we've seen within the other symbols, everything else, a lot of different things have been telling us almost the entire session, okay, we're gonna get ready to break out, we're gonna get ready to break out, we're gonna get ready to break out, only for it not to break out. Very difficult. Hasn't been easy psychologically. I mean, not that I've been wanting to sell positions or anything. I haven't even really looked at my positions because I'm purely just looking at the levels. But seeing them do this is beyond frustrating. And it's telling me almost likely that they're really going to launch this thing towards the end of the day. Which is just not a cool move on their part. So I do appreciate everybody sticking around. As difficult as a trading session as this was. This was definitely a 10 out of 10 difficult day. Not happy about it. But I still stand by all my entries and everything else. So now let's get our full breakout already. Let's get our levels pushed and let's be able to make some money. So ridiculous. Wow, Micron's up 20% right now? Dang. Anna, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but I know why you're tagging me now. That's why. I just hate to put people through chop like this. This has been just mentally exhausting to deal with. Finally getting our push upward. So ridiculous. Now again, from this push upward, we're going to be closing this cup. From this cup closing, we do expect a small handle downward before the full takeoff. So we still have a little bit of chop to contend with, okay? Yeah, it would have been great if we traded socks or something like that today, but really wanted to focus the lesson around the SPY just to show the technicals. Unfortunately, SPY decided to give us an extremely difficult day. I do apologize for that. Ideally, I don't want to be teaching extremely difficult days to, for beginner type classes. Okay, this is the type of day where I'm working with expert traders the entire session. Okay. Um, so I do apologize for that. Um, Very difficult day in terms of the overall trading. Well, the thing with semis is that the SPY is very semi-heavy. Okay, it's not just tech heavy, but semi-heavy too. So SPY should be claiming a lot of this upside, which has been very frustrating to see. because it hasn't been. It's just been chopping the entire session. Meanwhile, we've been seeing QQQ rising the entire time. We've been seeing, um, you know, SOX semiconductors rising the entire time, while SPY has just been super range bound. So I'm not happy about that. It's very frustrating. Um, yeah, yeah, just very difficult. But I do appreciate everybody sticking around, all the positive comments and everything. On days like this, I definitely could use them. So I thank you. Some people that get mad at me forget that I specifically am not trading anything else today, just to sit here and trade the SPY to show the technicals behind it. Um, which means that I could have made absolutely killer money today if I wanted to actually dig around the market and find good trades. Um, so I sat in the boat with everybody else too, so that we can really focus on the technicals and focus on that aspect. Um, so I do think some people forget about that as well. Okay, my calls are starting to gain some pretty good premium again, so we are going to be looking for basically the all-time high, or the high of the day. Yeah, SPY has the Mag 7, so as long as, some of those are doing not so well, then unfortunately the SPY gets held down. Um, Tomorrow we'll probably look into trading QQQ or something if we still see Nvidia, you know, some of these other names struggling the way that they are. Because the goal is structured easy trades, um, not to put you guys through a meat grinder for 4 hours. So I feel horrible about that. I'm very sorry for that. We have semis getting ready to push their all-time highs. We have QQQ. Not there yet, but about 70 cents away. We have Nvidia starting to rise again. So we should be seeing SPY pushing up. Again, we do expect a very small handle down here on SPY, but after that, we're expecting really a lot of runway to the upside. My calls are continuing to gain a lot of premium, which is, exactly what we want. If we can go another 70 cents, I believe my calls will probably be entirely green. So that'll be a good thing. If my calls are green, then that means extremely likely the rest of your calls are going to be green or at least neutral. So we're looking for that. My calls are starting to gain a lot of premium here, which really just gives us a lot of credence that dealers were very likely just trying to buy calls very cheaply for the majority of the day. We have about 18 more minutes in the session, so we do need to see this push upward happen fairly quickly. Calls are gaining quite a bit of premium right now, so we should be getting a leg upward very, very soon here. Even with this move down, my calls are still gaining premium, which is telling me that dealers are picking these calls up. Yeah, we should get ready to push here. My calls are gaining a lot of premium. Don't have a whole lot of time though, so it needs to hurry. Okay, big push up in the calls. Big, big, big push up in the calls here. Okay, and if we can continue seeing our calls gain premium, then we can expect the full breakout. But we do need to be seeing our calls gaining premium because that's telling us that dealers are, basically buying those positions. Okay, big premium spike. Should be getting our move upward. Calls are really starting to head up quite a bit now. I'm basically watching my calls like a hawk right now because I'm really waiting for the IV to just absolutely start going crazy on these. Again, the whole goal of today is to cut even or make a profit. Premium's still climbing. As long as we can keep our premium climbing, then that's showing that the dealers are going to take that upside. So we're watching for this very, 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 very closely right now. Major premium increase here. Still moving upward. We should get our move to the 751. Okay, premium's continuing to jump upward quite heavily at this point. Let's see if we can get continuation within it. Come on, give us this push. Dealer's still buying the calls. Very likely going to be some stupid end of day push to the upside. Premium climbing very, very heavily now. Come on, give us that leg up. Still watching the premium very, very closely here. Pretty sure they're going to try to force liquidate these 750s out of everybody. Come on, give us our upside push. There we go, big premium climb. So far I'm down about 240 on the day. For as bad as the chop was and how many contracts I had, I'm very, very thankful for that. Because I was actually down over, a few $1,000s at one point. Give us our 751. Now I am holding all my 751 calls until basically after close because I do think that they're going to try to run this up right after. Yeah, they took my 750s. It's fine. Whatever. That just means they're gonna run it now to the 751. So our 751 calls should land very well. These dealers are actual hedgehogs. Okay, now we're gonna watch it push, now that they took the 750 calls, so. Thank you, Char Char, I appreciate it. Yeah, today has been such a difficult day. Very, very difficult day. They chopped us up super, super hard. Now, these 751s, again, we can trade all the way until 15 minutes after the session. So we're really looking for this 751, 752 range. Okay. I'm gonna try to end the day as close to neutral as possible. Again, I'm down currently $220 on the day, which is super, 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 you know, minimal for what could have been. Because when we were down here, I was easily down like, I don't even know, $1,500, $1,600, something like that. Because they chopped us so hard. So I will very thankfully take a negative 240 day or whatever we end up at. Yeah, they're basically just waiting until the close to push this. Absolutely terrible. Well, I appreciate everybody stopping by the stream today. I know today was a super, super, super hard day, and that's because they aren't in the money, correct? I appreciate everybody, um, you know, sticking around for how difficult of a day was. Again, it's very difficult to live trade, and not only to live trade, but to teach lessons on top of it. Um, so I do apologize that this was just the absolute worst chop ever. I really don't know what else to say about that. Um, and there were some other symbols we could have traded today with much more um, success. Uh, but I just really wanted to focus on the S&P. I really wanted to focus on the technicals and, you know, going off the lessons and everything, going off of our entries and whatnot. So I do appreciate all of you sticking around to watch. So for these 751 calls, I'm literally looking for above 751 into the close. Um, that will heavily pay off those positions and heavily reduce the losses on the day. So I'm looking for that little bit of oomph into the end of the day, and those 751 calls should definitely cover that. But yeah, I will be trying to stream tomorrow morning. I don't know how long I could stream tomorrow morning, but I will be trying to stream tomorrow morning, and we will try to focus on something with a little bit better movement, so that way we can all have a little bit better day. So, but I do feel bad about how today went. Um, even though we still traded the day exactly how we should have, it was still a very difficult day. So I do apologize for that. I just feel bad that the market had such great movement out of other stuff, and on the SPY they just chopped us to pieces. I think it's beyond ridiculous. But that's the market. Thank you, Vino. Yeah, I really try to focus on not getting emotionally distracted during the actual trades. It's like right now I might be a little sad just because it's mainly because of that comment from I can't even remember the guy's name, but from that guy earlier. Um, again, I stand by my system very, very much so. And, by all technical standards, we traded today very well. It's just kind of unfortunate that they just absolutely chopped the SPY up to pieces. Not a lot we could do about that, so. Yeah, he entered way too many, and I did warn him about that. Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. It's like he would have ended today um on the green, and that's exactly what we try to accomplish here, is that I want everybody to be ending the day with at least green or the least minimal loss they can have. And that's the entire goal, because if you have minimal losses, you can trade again tomorrow and you can make that money back. So, um yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here. Probably in a couple seconds. I do want to see the after hours just a little bit and see if they give us our upside move in the after hours. Market's going to close any second, but again, if we have those 7:51 calls, we do have another 10-15 minutes to trade those. So I really am looking for this upside. Um, we've closed multiple cups and handles. We do have an additional handle right here, and we're already starting to push into the after hours. So let's see where we go. Currently we're at the 7:50:33. We're gonna watch this on the 1 minute time frame just because it'll be a little easier in the after hour here. I am expecting a bounce basically up to that 7:51 range. Currently at 7:50:41. Seeing a lot of buys happening, so we should be getting our upside. I mean, there's a ton of buys coming in right now, so 7:50:60. Let's see if we can push all the way to the 7:51 here. Because if we can, then these calls are going to cover a large portion of the losses here. $7.50.42. We have a whole 15 minute or a whole 14, excuse me, 13 minutes left. Okay. Ideally, I want to try to be out of these calls within the next like 5 minutes. So we need to be getting our upside bounce very, very soon here. And basically be out. 750, 36. Pushing down just a little bit. 750, 28. If it continues pushing down, I'm just going to go ahead and cut them. But I'm still expecting this upward bounce. So we'll see if we can catch it. Okay, 750, 33. Let's get some upside buying. Here we go, 750, 46, 750, 37. Back up to the 750, 42. Continuing to climb. If we can get a push up to the 750, 60 plus, that should really solidify that move. But if we can't secure that, then it looks like they want to close it around that 750 range. Still got time, so just being very, very patient here. We do have the liquidity for the upside, so if we're going to get it, we should be getting it in the next few minutes here. If we drop back to the 750, 28, I think I'll probably cut, but we're not at that level yet. Come on, break this level. You could do it. Okay, and I'm just cutting it to the downside now. We hit the 28, so just gonna cut that off. If they decide to run it now, that's fine. Not the end of the world. So, okay everybody, thank you so much for watching today. Yes, the Bollinger Bands are trusted in the after hours and everything. But thank you so much for watching. I will try to stream a little bit tomorrow morning. I can't promise how long, but we will try to find something a little more, you know, a little more movement heavy instead of getting chopped up on SPY for 4 hours. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for supporting, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thanks everybody. Have a good day.